Hello, everyone. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, Hawk. How are you today? I hope you are well, friend. Let me get the music started for a little bit of energy, because I could use a little bit of this Eurobeat kick. I'm particularly fond of this set. Also, I don't like how my bit rate's kind of going, but at least it's all in the green, so yes, you do, Waffle. Hello, hello, welcome in. Welcome in. I hope the rest of your stream went well. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the tribe. It's going to be more satisfactory today, folks. It usually would be office hours for Monster Hunter Rise, but I do not have the brain power or the means of dealing with the chaos that would bring with it. That said, we have more factory work to do, and we have a lot of it. Let's get to some fun. Uh, don't mind me if I'm a little bit slow. My brain is a little fried. Okay, back in. uh, welcome, welcome. Last thing I was playing was perfect. Since I was playing Satisfactory most recently on stream, it just loads right up. Love it when that happens and works right. You never quite know with OBS. You never quite know. Speaking of, make sure the sound comes through. Okay. So, just so folks know, for who are new here, I do use a couple of different mods, all quality of life stuff. Personal drones that gives me a defender drone that shoots at things that would be hostile towards me, and also gives me logistics drones that can fetch things for me, which, oh, is it ever important and ever helpful. Um, my power cables are replaced by colored lasers to tell you if there's power flowing through them or not. And what's the other one I'm missing? There's at least one other one I'm running that I can't quite remember off the top of my head. Yeah, adding some stuff in from Factorio. Granted, I've got all the creatures on passive, so they don't ever they don't bother me. But I can make sure they die without me having to be too concerned or take time away. The one downside is the drone sounds are loud. So the game sounds are going to be a little bit soft because I have to take that into account. So yes, welcome to one of my many factories. I'll show you my map. It's pretty massive. Main base is down here, and I'll try to get down there to this particular session. There's a lot that happens there. Aluminum is produced over here. There's a bunch of base materials produced here. Main oil. And also main power as a result. And then the area I'm playing around with that I'm working with at the moment is right over here. What I've labeled Vancouver. This is just a section for oil to come in, hence Alberta. But this is the big one. I am producing materials to make this stuff for Space Elevator Phase 4. Namely, the things that have to be made in machines that you can't handcraft. But I realized, hey, there's an awful lot of really good oil there, so I tapped into a bunch of it, and I'm gonna expand my power network even more. I just realized, hey, I can make some plastic here. Hello, my dear. And in the process, make myself some more turbo fuel, because you never know when you need more turbo fuel. So for now, I'll connect that up later. Actually, I need to connect it up to something now. Even if it's just a sink. That'll eventually then drain off somewhere else, go to somewhere else. Actually, I know where this is supposed to go, for that matter. I should probably just send it where it needs to go and run another feed to the sink. Yeah, I need a sink anyway because I don't run through it enough of it, and I'm gonna run into situations of the plastic will stop running working. You see, there's no plastic flowing here if there's nothing flowing for that. So I actually do need to do this. The benefit, of course, is that out of plates again. The big benefit for this is I'm getting like a ton of materials, ton of materials, ton of tickets, which is wonderful. Just because I got so many sinks everywhere that are just kind of absorbing stuff that I don't need. Good songs. Love the seahorse sets. Uh, that's a slight problem. I'll make this work somehow. I'll make this work somehow. And if any folks in chat have any questions, please feel free to ask. I may not claim to know a lot about the game, but I know a decent chunk about the game by now. So I can try to answer them to a decent degree. Let's see. Best way to do this. Oh. Oh, that's actually yes, okay, cool. No, didn't want you to go there. Go there, thank you. So what I'm gonna do. Um no, this is a bad idea. It's a circle to the. I was wondering when that joke was going to come back up again. Ah, yeah, understandable. Honestly, it's not that complex of a thing. The game starts you off it's a little complex when it first kicks off, but it ramps up reasonably nicely. I can't say perfectly nicely because that's not entirely true. The ramp from steel to aluminum is a little bit rougher. But for the most part, it does a decent job of teaching you what's going on and how things work. There we go. Um, hmm. Yeah, aluminum is admittedly a bit of a headache. I will definitely give you that, Buttons. I'm gonna have a bunch of different things go into this container, aren't I? Yeah, so that's gonna inevitably not be able to be a container for any of that. That's fine. That's fine. It'll have its own home eventually somewhere else. I'm not too concerned. That's true. That's true. No, that's not what I wanted. Stop. That is what I want. So because all of the oil based stuff has a lot of the recipes have byproducts, or waste products, you need ways to use those or get rid of them. You've had one of, I love that command. That's a fun command. In the case of the fuel for the power for the fuel generators, it's polymer resin. Now, the polymer resin is largely going to be going to making plastic and rubber, which I need to now get. That's the next step on this particular set of monstrosities. But I first need to get the excess plastic. And for now, it's going to be all the plastic until I know where I need it. So I need to get the excess plastic and the excess turbo fuel going into this container, which will then feed into this sink. So this should work out okay. Also, where's the power cable? There's the power cable. There's enough. Okay, cool. The reason I'm doing these little bits and bobs you see here is because I can just hop under. My hover pack lets me fly around wherever I happen to have power flowing. Enough power. And I can just pop under here and bring stuff over to the sink. So you see this here is the one from the turbo fuel. It's running. You've got your aluminum flowing. Nice. Very nice. Okay, if you're gonna be like that, I'm gonna do it the way I know how. 1, 2. You connect to there. Thank you very much. Game can be a little picky about certain things, and it drives me kind of crazy on occasion. Where it's like, oh, you want to connect here? And it's like, no, I don't want to connect there. I want to connect further over. Don't assume to know what I'm thinking here, game. Uh, is this actually smart? Because the smartest way to do that is to go there, around. Hmm. Hmm. Or am I better off just going out and around? I'm also trying to avoid as much spaghetti as possible. But that's me. You absolutely don't have to go to the crazy lengths I'm going here to get around the spaghetti. In fact, it's way easier if you don't do what I'm doing. But it matters. You have embraced the spaghetti. Yeah, yeah. But that's why my factories look like works of art. Because I am so careful about the spaghetti. Although I imagine if you embrace it in the certain ways, you can probably make artistic spaghetti. That's a curious idea. Yeah, intersect. I wouldn't call a lot of intersections spaghetti, to be fair. There's more to spaghetti than intersections. Right. It's not a splitter I need there. Let me fix this. It's a merger. Oh, hold on. No. Hmm. Exactly, exactly. I can see that. I can totally see that. Looks like I'm moving that over a little bit. That's fine. I want That should be a merger with the splitter point underneath. Splitter underneath, actually. Fluid dynamics. You're never quite sure what the fuck you did. Because sometimes, even if you think you're sure what you did, game is like, are you sure you're sure? Because it's not working the way you think it's going to work. That was me last night trying to figure out why is this not working even though its neighbor, which looks exactly the same and which I set up exactly the same, is working just fine. Anything that involves fluids is going to be give you that sort of a problem. That's kind of why my brain went there in particular. Yeah, okay. No, there. Yes, good. Got that nice and clean. Okay, so this is going to go to a splitter underneath so that I can still send it off where it needs to go, but it also flows into the sink. The reason doing that is important is because I'm now bringing over, or I will be, hello? That's your out direction, yeah? Yeah, that's your out direction. Why are you not flowing? Plastic's supposed to be flowing off of this. Unless... Okay, something went... There's a defense drone shooting at something. If you ever hear a sudden... Yeah, that's a defense drone. It's a little overzealous, and sometimes it's a little bit noisy. Okay, so that's fine. So what I'll do then is I'll get the splitter in first. This will ensure that it's actually hooked up right, or it should. Autosave. Oh, that's what you're shooting at. You're shooting at one of the hogs down on that little island. Thank you, buddy. I think I'll take that stuff that it dropped. Oh, it was actually a decent one. Had a lot on it. Why? Why? Why you no work? Why you no work? Okay, if I have to do it this way, I'll do it this way. Game. That's promising, but I can't say for sure that that will actually do what I wanted to do. We'll find out soon enough. 1, 2. Yes! There we go. Plastic flows. Oy vey. Oy vey. Okay. And then I just need to hook up another one of these. Oh, hold on. Mm, yeah. Okay, that'll work. That'll work nicely. Cool. So, no, not there. One further over. Perfecto. Okay, that's a feed. Now we go here. Now, you may, if I was going for the spaghetti route, I'd just drop this down one level like so and go straight over. I'm not going to do that because I don't want those crisscrossing. Even though it doesn't actually affect anything, you're fine if you do. So you absolutely don't have to worry about that. But I want it a little neater, and I can do that by doing something like this. I might have to go back a little bit in order to have enough distance to drop down. Yep. And actually, I can drop down over a much shorter distance, too. I don't need to drop over that distance. I can do it over something like that. So now the trick becomes this. Go one, then two. Meow, 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 meow. Thank you, friendo. Thank you for scratches and pets. And because I'm a little bit of a perfectionist when it comes to kind of laying things out, I recognize it, okay? Apparently, I heard the thought in Button's head. Oi, no. Come on, come on. Again, totally don't have to do what I'm doing here. This is superfluous, but it matters to me. Doesn't look like it's gonna. Doesn't look like I can avoid it. Unfortunately, it's a little too far. Oh no, hold on. Right. One, two. That's how. There's more than one way to avoid the spaghetti. To avoid like the weird turns. You just have to count a little bit. Is this at least producing again? Oh no, because its plastic isn't even hooked up anywhere. I have to hook that up to the other side of the plastic, and I think then it'll be okay. I'll admit I'm a little concerned. This should be fine. This should be fine. This is just the step I forgot to do on this one that I did on the other side, and I have to remember to take care of all of this properly. Otherwise, a bunch of this stuff stops flowing. And that's what I'm trying to avoid specifically. I think I am gonna redo this connection point because I'm probably pulling it around this way. Unless... Hmm. Yeah, that's the much more awkward section to try to get around. So I need to connect into this one. Yeah, I didn't think some of this part through, did I? Clearly, I did not think this entirely through. Oh well, it'll just make it a little more exciting in the end. There we go. Okay. But I don't stop there. There we go. There we go. This is a case of you have to kind of watch what the game is auto doing for you. Because if I were to just place some of these the way it's like right away, it's not actually auto placing them the going facing the correct direction. I'd run into problems. So it requires me to have a little bit more foresight and a little bit more pay a bit more attention on what I'm doing. And the reason they're getting stacked 3 high is specifically because I need them to be that way. I'm not going to... There's no way for me to clear the pipe otherwise. And pipes on the ground are by far the least annoying way to handle them. This is fairly harmless as things go. Connect up the belts. There is no hostility. It's a stupid, one of those stupid nesting plants underneath the foundation. It can't get to me. It can't hurt me. I am perfectly safe. I'm safe from everything except the company. Because let's face it, we're not safe from the company. We know this. Though at least they send you off with more help than companies traditionally do. I'll give them that. Okay, now I need to get around and under, more importantly. Actually, let's redo this. I have a better idea. Yeah, this will just be the easier way to route it. This is me actually thinking through a couple things here. Plus, If I'm not mistaken, one of the sides here is prone to a little less material because it's not technically speaking from the source 4 pipes of 600 oil a minute each. It's 3 600s and a 450. I couldn't really avoid it. That's all there was. And I think this side here is the side that is the 450 side. It would explain why some of the numbers are a little bit lower. So if this isn't producing, it's not the end of the world. But I don't want the side that's actually going to sending the plastic out to become the containers to have that problem. So this side needs to be normal. This side is where I can let some of it flow off. And some of it continue into here to go all the way over to the end. And in fact, I was hoping that would work. Oh, that's glorious. Okay, I'll just have to redo the actual like lift, but that's fine. This is a necessary thing. Oh, right. That problem. Game wants to snap to the splitter here, even though I don't want it snapping to the splitter for this. And it doesn't quite snap where I want it to in regards to that. So, And that's a little too close. The spacing matters here. Technically, that's okay, but I cannot connect those two. Which is why I need to temporarily take that out. And I think I have to temporarily take that out. And you. One of the instances of order of operations matters, and it's a little annoying when those come up. But oh well, you work with what you got. Sometimes this is the nature of things. I said delete that, please. So that's good. That's the way I want that to flow. Oh, hopefully this will behave itself. I'm not sure if it will. We'll find out. Yes. Put the splitter back where it belongs. There's that, there's that. Now I just gotta bring this around. Thankfully, bringing this around is not terribly difficult. So it's on this line there. 1, 2, 3. Oh. It's like, why are you giving me grief now? Lack of aluminum sheet. You can see this is why I cannot give up on these drones. No needing to run back to go pick up more sheet. I just go, okay, We're good. Let's do this. Not quite close. I think that's it, though. There you go. Yeah, that's why I use that one and why I can never look back unless I absolutely need to. It's already proven to be too valuable. Of course, this is off by just a skidge. Why? Why is it off by just a moment, a little bit? That is a that is obnoxious. Grr. Boo. I thought I was right, but I was wrong. Oh well. Easy enough to fix that. I think the curve will still work. Yeah, curve works just fine. There we go. Straight lines matter to me. That's why I end up doing it this way. But unfortunately, it does not like this being here at all. It won't actually let it flow in because the game is dumb like that. Earth. It's the way the game plays with splitters and whatnot. Lifts need to be connected in after the splitter's in place, so this might have to get redone a little bit. So I might have to find a new way of handling that piece of the puzzle. Case in point, you can see here, suddenly it's not flowing anymore. Even though the connections should still line up perfectly, it's the game's nature of being a little bit funky in in some of the how the construction works. But hopefully I can just kind of rotate. Uh Best way to handle this. I need to think about this for a moment. Hmm. I almost wonder if I'm better off letting the center one be the entry point and kind of pointing the other to the other two. It might give me a little more freedom, or the end one. End one. Basically reverse the direction that those splitters are going in as they currently stand. But that should work. It's fine since it doesn't need to produce packages at the moment anyway. It's not the end of the world that I need to do this now. And I didn't have all of the pieces of the puzzle together when I did the initial stuff. So that's why I'm having to redo some stuff now. There would need to be a splitter between those two, which I can do. It'll give me a little more space to play with. Maybe I can go down a little more. Is that why it was? Nope, that's correct. Yeah, it's not perfect, but it'll do. Okay. Yeah. Is there no oil flowing to any of these at the mo? Oh, dear Lord. Why? Those pipes. Those pipes are nothing but trouble. All of it shut down? It's. Is it just because everything's idle? No, there's nothing flowing in at all. Well, that's not entirely true. There's stuff in these ones. It's not flowing as well as it should to the, but it's these two right here are the troublemakers that were giving me trouble last night, and it appears they still want to give me trouble. That is nowhere near the amount of oil that should be produced at the moment. That looks more like it. Let's put up and see what's going on. Hello, Pika Shadow. Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, well, I see something I need to get rid of. We go to troubleshooting. I'm doing okay. I have apparently have to troubleshoot some connections somewhere that are not behaving the way they're supposed to. Yeah, that one's that's bloody fucking zero. Again, it is a little bit annoying, yeah. And the downside is I can't actually connect up this separately. Yup. Hmm. It gave me trouble last night too. So this is not unexpected. It's somewhere, one of the pipes is not behaving itself, and I don't know what it is. I just gotta wait for the train to pop in. Oh, by the way, this train needs a name. If anyone in chat would like to name it. Tiny little train whose only job is to bring oil. Yep, that settles it. It's that's beautiful. That's beautiful. I love it. Okay. So, I think I, There's one possible solution in my head for temporary solution to solve the issue, at least for now. I mean, no, no. If I were to name a train, any of the trains in this Thomas, both Hell Train and Toro would be very, very disappointed in me. Considering Thomas still owes Tora money, we're not going to do that. Yeah, these ones just aren't. These are the exact ones that were giving me trouble the other day. Something is not flowing. What it is, I'm not sure. It's this fucking connection again. Notice, plenty in the pipe here. Something about this connection here just is not working, even though I rebuilt it numerous times. Yeah, Thomas the Train. You heard correctly. And I don't think that's going to help, but we can see. Gets a little bit in here. The train owes her money, yep. From the days she spent as an actual, as a train. Maybe. But I like the just the pun of olive oil. It's beautiful. Yeah. Okay. They're pumping now, which is good. That's what I wanted to see. You can tell I was having trouble with this because I never patched that hole in the wall up. So that's something, but it's still wicked slow. In a way that it shouldn't be this slow. And I put the extra pumps up here to try to force it along, but I don't think it's not a headlift problem. At least I don't think it's a headlift problem. We'll try it again. 0.6, 3.7. That's a tiny amount in that pipe. I don't know why. You can all see why I'm puzzled. This is behaving just fine. This is full. If there's an if there is an issue, it's somewhere in this curve, but this very exact same thing is happening in this one without any problems. Welcome to Satisfactory Fluid Dynamics. When they just want to give you trouble. And this is one solid pipe right here, as you would expect it to be. Actually, let me try redoing these pipes. Yeah, they're one solid pipe as they're supposed to be. So that's exactly what's supposed to be going on there. But we'll redo it just to be on the safe side. And you see that took out almost the entire pipe. So we got to redo all that. But that's fine. This is something I had to do numerous times last night just to hopefully get it to behave itself. And even then, I was still having some trouble. It shouldn't be like misbehaving on and off like it is. That's the part that makes it kind of weird. Okay, one, two. Okay, so let's flush the entire pipe network. Flush the entire pipe network. Let it reset itself, because in all likelihood, it's just kind of the reset makes it act a little on the weird side. I don't know. Fluid dynamics are weird sometimes. So now we need to wait for this to fill up. In the meanwhile, I have a temporary solution. Since the other one isn't having any flow happen at all, that's obnoxious. Okay. That's very obnoxious. That's just a little too short of a distance to make that. Oh, I can hook it up into the thing here. That's fine. I'll hook it up into this portion. So what I'm gonna do is this. I'm gonna do a bleed off of this one into the other. So even if these ones don't behave themselves, I have an option. And I'll do the same with this other side. Main reason I'm doing this is because I noticed that one of these is been eternally full at 2400. It won't stay that way forever. So I don't want this to be the permanent way this kind of gets handled, because that's not good. But for now, while I'm trying to get this up and running, and I don't know why it's misbehaving, it's about the best thing I've got. And we can see one of them is starting to resaturate, the other one, not at all. And I wonder why that is. Oh, it's just going like mega slow. Okay, so it flows. It all flows, but it's like every once in a while I have to come back here and drain the damn system, and it's kind of far away. That's not really possible. So I need this thing to work. And it's only a problem at this point if we were to go back around here when it breaks down again, which I'm pretty sure it's going to break down again, we'd notice it would be fine all the way along. Or at least it should be. And these pumps are rated to about to give it us anything about 50 meters of head lift. Each of these sections is 40. So they're really needing about 44ish meters of head lift. So each of these pumps is more than fine with what it's actually kind of carrying through. Okay. I'm noticing another issue. That's now flowing up. That one isn't at all. Is that a pump problem or is that a game connection problem or it reads of a game connection problem? Except that has some. I don't understand this. I don't understand. And now it's fine. There's just nothing in that pipe. Uh, drives me crazy. It's driving me absolutely crazy, this thing. Let's see. Double check, make sure this is okay. Yeah. The flow rate there, yeah, there's nothing in this pipe, which it should have. Hmm. Almost makes me wonder if I'm better off getting rid of the floors in between and just letting the pipes connect directly without the in betweens. But no, the in betweens are never supposed to be a problem. Well, it'll feed something. Because the problem is I can't do the reverse on the other side. The other side kind of has to stay the way it is. The only other possibility at this point is to set up a fluid buffer. But the reason I don't want to set up a fluid buffer is it it forces me into one pipe going out that I then have to split. And that makes me a little bit nervous, if you know what I mean. If you know. This system works because it's two pipes per. And so I'm not sure how this will play otherwise. Suppose I could split this though, because if there's something flowing down to the other, split with a valve. Oh, hold on. I have a possible solution, don't I? I don't think there's enough room there for a. Hmm. I'd have to do it on the that portion, but I think it's workable. I'm gonna try something. Now, note, I have never worked with the valves before, so I have no clue how they function, but it should be interesting to see. Valves do not need power. Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, you set a limit. Okay, that doesn't help. Interesting, though. Hmm. Enjoy, Pika. Enjoy. Well, should behave a little better at least. That's gonna be pain if I do it that way. Whee! Oh, you're nuzzling up. I'm saying enjoy the nuzzles. Oh, no, it would have been fine. Okay, we're redoing that because I'm like, oh no, that's gonna be pain. That's gonna be the worst of pain. No, it's gonna be fine. And I'll show you why it's gonna be fine. Plus, if I do happen to be wrong, it's not the end of the world. I'm not gonna like die. I'll be close to death, but I'm not gonna die. Geronimo. That's why there's enough power here. I get caught in the power field and then I'm immediately just hovering again. Yep. Looks like this side is the side that's full and this side is the side that isn't. Because one of them is getting a shot in the arm, the other one isn't. Maybe it's just gonna take a little while to saturate. Oil. This is why you usually build your power plants right by the oil. But because I didn't want to mess up the pretty, I was like, no. I blame you, Buttons. We're okay for now. But the flow rate on this is terrible. Okay, yeah, it's just a saturation problem. It's starting to pick up. I mean, admittedly, if I need to cut back on this a little, I cut back on this a little bit. But I kind of don't want to, if I can help it. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's fine for now, so we may as well continue with the build. Because that'll really show us if there's problems with it. As it stands, the plastic isn't really Well, it's flowing because it's all flowing into the sink, but there's a limit to how much the sink can process at any given point in time. Though also, thankfully, there's a limit to how much plastic is getting put out every minute, so it's nowhere near the deluge it originally got. And that's all producing again, so that's good. Whoops. I could have sworn I set these ones up, but okay. That's an oddity. Ah, problems. It's like, why are those not receiving? Missing belt. That's why I'm babysitting this, because I know there's a bajillion things that can go wrong. And you have to fish out that tiny little problem from the entirety of everything. Better. Better. Okay. Also, where's my little buddy? There you are. This buddy's carrying some stuff for me that I wanted to drop into the sink anyway, so I may as well do this now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should be everything. Yeah, okay. The one nice thing is it's so far being a major boon to my ticket amounts. Which, let me show you why I'm really, really loving that. I need screws for this? Oi, that's unfortunate. And a little bit annoying. But sure. Go get me screws. Didn't know the shop takes screws, of all things. Oddity of oddities, okay. So in addition to being able to buy parts at the shop, which is particularly nice for shit like turbo motors and fused modular frames for Mark III miners, they're not cheap, but if you don't have to make them right away and you can get your miners upgraded, yes, please. It's a wonderful thing. Same thing with like radio control units and supercomputers and all manner of other things like that. But this is what I want. I managed to save up 150, and I want the to get the best statue right away, because I would need a little bit more to get both, to get also the adequate. But I'm gonna do this. Give me the statue. Yay! I have a statue. I'm assuming I can put that. There's some place I can put that on display in my in the hub. So the next time I'm back at main base, I can go check that out. Oh, that is beautiful sight. I love that. All of those showing green. Thank you. Oh, that makes me feel better. These showing yellow is for good reason. I need to get the fuel out to its appropriate place, and I need to get the polymer resin out to making more rubber and more plastic. The fuel's going to be the easier task. I just need to decide where I'm placing those generators. I think I ended up setting up the fuel together. Did I combine the... Meow, meow. Hi, Jaunty. Hello. Hi, friendo. Hi. Okay. Okay, no, I haven't yet. Let's see. Best to do it under. Yeah, best to do it under. How are you tonight, friend? I hope you are doing well. Go down this way or the other way? I forgot there was a coal node right here. That's... I feel a little dumb about having to go all the way far out for... No, I wasn't going to make it here anyway, so, though. 10 out. Ah. I hope you've been getting the breaks you're supposed to get for those 10 hours, because if not... And district managers... Oi. Oi, oi, that's all I can say on the matter. Uh... Let me set up the refineries for the resin first, because that's going to be the more complicated thing, and then I can get the new power, the extra power online. It's the smarter way to handle it, I think. Yeah, it's the smarter way to handle it. And that one is going to go this way. It's all 30 per minute at 30 of these, so 900. That's good at least. Yeah, I believe it's 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yep. So 900 of the polymer resin. I think going more rubber than plastic, because I'm already producing a bunch of plastic here as is. Although I'm producing a lot of rubber elsewhere. I'm uncertain about the numbers I should be kind of throwing out here. That's why I'm kind of pausing for a moment. Since only... Since 8 of these, there's 10 total making plastic, I want to say. Or 20? 20 making plastic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so there's 20 making plastic. 8 of which have their plastic basically flowing into, or at least reserved. Oh, no, not 8 of them. 4 of them. Only 4. 4 going into the things making the empty canisters. So that leaves 16 times the 20, so that's 320 plastic That's about on par with the amount of the rubber that's being made elsewhere, actually, for other things. So I think I can go an even 50-50 split if the math will allow me to. I think it will, because when you're making plastic and rubber off of the resin, the plastic takes more resin, the rubber takes more water. So they even out in the end. Ultimately, as far as like the amount of materials, sort of. So I can show you 60 a minute for a resin, 20 minute per water for the plastic. The rubber is 40 a minute of each for the same production rate of 20 per minute. So 900. If I do 10 plastic, 10 of them making plastic, that leaves me with 300. And only 7.5 for the rubber. If I do nine of the plastic, and I'm going to do this to make my life a little bit easier. $900 minus that. Then divide that number by 40. Oh. Well, will you look at that? It's 9 and 9. 9 and 9 is the numbers. So I need 18 refineries. 18 more fucking refineries. And it's not going to be the last of them, folks. I could guarantee you it's not going to be the last of them. By the time I'm done with this whole river is going to be covered with foundations. Out of necessity. Wow. Huh? It is what it is. Though it is what it is. So let's find a good start point for this. Not off those first. If it's 15 each, and I need 8, let's go back a few. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There. And this is the set that goes further out anyway, so this will be fine as far as like spacing is concerned. This should be okay. Drones, bring me all the concrete. I need concrete. It is concretely clear. I need more of it. Yes, Buttons. You need this mod. And the more you use the drones, the more they level up and the faster they get you stuff. So let's see. This is going to be making plastic and rubber, so I don't need to worry about liquids coming off of this. I do need more space in the center, though, because I need room for both the water. Actually, I don't need nearly as much. I can stack on top and it's fine. So that amount of space in the center is fine. Probably. Almost likely, that's fine. So this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I want to say 6 wide is good enough for this. And then the other question is, I think leave this line here as walkthrough space. Sorry, don't mind me, folks. My nose is driving me fucking crazy right now. And I hate it. So I'm trying to get it to behave itself. Before I do anything else, let me do this. Do one more on either side for walkways. This is important. And it also means I can extend you out. I want to get my power grid network over here set up as quickly as possible. In large part because it makes my getting around infinitely easier. If I don't have to, like, walk on the ground. And it makes setting up stuff significantly easier, too. So, there we go. Plus, it gives me my general boundaries for the actual refineries themselves. I don't know. I might be ready for the base. I don't. How about you folks? Do you think you're ready for the base? I think you might not be ready for the base, Pika Shadow. But that's okay. You don't need to be. I'm just playing along with the song. Like good bustler eats the base. Don't eat the base. How are we gonna have like pumping like phenomenal music without it? Oh, I need to go at least one more out, don't I? I need 7. Possibly 8 out, 8 wide. Because that's not quite sufficient. It's close, but it's not enough. Oh, don't worry. That's not the laugh you need to be worried about. Okay, you're just eating the effects? Well, I suppose that's different. And you don't have to worry about that laugh if you're not one of my players. Oh, if you're one of my players and you hear that laugh, oh, you're in trouble. But if you're not, you're fine. You're absolutely 100% fine. Am I going to fall? Yeah, I'm going to fall. Yep. I suspected as much. This was important to do, though. That's the evil storyteller laugh, of course, which is only an issue if you are a player in one of the games I run. Because then that's where I kind of hold folks' lives in their hands, or at least characters' lives in their hands, in my hands, and it's like, and you can have all manner of fun with that. Come on. I suppose there's technically speaking the gremlin laugh. That is true. But gremlin laugh is always fairly safe as well. It just means I'm going to be up for a little bit of chaos, but it's always chaos that's, you know, decent for all of you. Okay, stand. Pipe and too many things. And copper sheet now. I so would not gonna be able to do this. There's a lot of redeems at 500. I'm not quite sure which one you're referring to. 7, one more. Okay. So let's get power to these things first. And then I can make a couple of decisions. High-speed connectors, of course. I need everything. I'll go 2 stacks. I'm going to be doing a lot of power cables. Thankfully, this part's brainless. It's just hook up to power. So I don't have to use a whole lot of brain on that. I'd be in trouble otherwise. Was that a turn off the game so you could go get the mods, or did it crash on you?
You're doing great.
By the way, buttons. Yeah, but if you get, but the mod manager is lightweight on performance and lets you get all the mods through it. So it's actually really nice. It means you never have to go to a mod site ever again. You just go through the manager itself. So I'd say it's worth it. What am I making here? One of these is plastic, one of these is rubber. Or, as the game puts it, residual plastic. I believe... look up Satisfactory Mod Manager, SML. Mod. Something like that. If you do a search for Satisfactory Mod Manager, it'll show. It should show up. It'll be all Fix-It themed once you hit the site, though. That is true. Now, ordinarily, everywhere else, I've lined these up when I'm lining up the other half. I've been lining it up on the liquid port to liquid port. I'm not going to do that here. This time, I need motors, first of all. Motors. This time I'm lining them up with the other port because I need to run the whatchamacallit down through it, the resin, and it's a hell of a lot easier to get the resin connected that way than it is to get the pipes connected that way. And they're going what direction? They're going this direction. So I want to have it flow from, yeah. I think that's enough space, but I'll find out in a second. Doesn't really matter how far back I go that way. I just need to make sure that there's enough room for the pipe to form here. Yep, just barely, but it'll do. So that works. That works quite nicely. And it lines up on that, on the middle line there. And we're good to go. So that's my lineup point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I need to move that one back a skidge only because I don't like that clipping. Not a big deal. Means I'm also moving this one back a skidge as well. So temporary disconnect and then reconnect. 1, 2. Take out that. Autosave. Come on. Come on. Always at the most inopportune times, autosave hits. Always. You're about to lay a wire down or you're in the middle of deconstructing something, and then suddenly autosave and you have to do it again. Or that too. Okay. Good. I maintain enough power to keep floating. Technically speaking, you can pull enough power from one of the power poles themselves. Yes. The big one I'm using, the one you want, is personal drones. When you get the mod up and running, you'll need to decide where you want the drone. Wherever you place your drones initially is where they'll respawn when you come load in. So you can do that as pretty as you want. But note if you ever delete a drone, you have to start over on its levels. So drones don't save levels. So bear that in mind when you're placing them. It does matter. Uh, let's see. The only other ones I run are lasers, which you're not terribly interested in, as you had specified. There's also the color mod. I forget what it's actually called off the top of my head, but it's the one that lets you change the color of your person. But again, that's just an aesthetics thing. I think. There you go. Okay, now everything has power here, which is good because it means I can float around freely without any worries or any concerns. Yeah, Train and I stopped using Smart because Smart was system intensive and had a couple of things that didn't work quite the way we wanted it to. But that was the only other one that was kind of quality of life ish as mods went. Okay, now this one is residual rubber. Admittedly, this isn't a ton of rubber per minute, but it's better than the recycled, I think, by a long shot. Fuel and plastic, or fuel and rubber for the recycled plastic. I'm much less of a fan of either of those options. They just seem kind of like not worth the materials that go into it. Maybe if you've got an overabundance of one of them, it's not the end of the world. Also, this is slightly off center, but I'm not going to let it bother me much. Because there's no getting it on center. That's for sure. Then I need the stackable pipelines, which generally speaking, I'll place it there. And one at the end of everything. So like around there. No, no. Come on. There we go. Every once in a while, the game likes to interpret your actions a little bit funny. Like, oh, you wanted that to turn, right? No. Don't, like, snake around on yourself. That makes no sense. It kind of strikes me a little weird why it would assume that that would be what you're looking for it to do. Because that doesn't actually help you at all. It does no good. It basically screws up the automation if you end up setting it up like that. Which to me is a little bit odd if you think about it. Floor is not too steep. You're fine. You're fine, I say. There you go. Yeah, that's fine. I wanted to make sure that wasn't about to present any problems, but it should be okay. Oh, right. Hold on. Hold on. So the trick here, ordinarily, I would just make a turn. But I think in this instance, I want a splitter. I want a smart splitter. The reason for the smart splitter in this particular instance, I need to have that out just a little bit more, I think. Yeah, okay. Out by one more. The reason for the smart splitter in this instance is because I want to convey that what I'm trying to do here with this particular step is not something it should always be doing. It's intended as an overflow. And this is the best way to handle that. Also, I'm going to reset that just a skidge. Either I go inward a little bit or I go outward a little bit. I think I need to go outward. Because in is going to be a problem. Out is feasible as lineups are concerned. So the left output is the any. The center output is the overflow. So to show this in practice, and I'm running this above ground instead of under, because I really don't think running it under is a good idea at this particular point in time. Otherwise, I'd be very willing to run it under. But again, it is necessary to have the excess bleed off to the sink when you're not producing rubber or plastic, because otherwise the fuel won't flow. So, and that's why I'm setting this up first. Then I'll set up the fuel generators, and then the entire system will all run well. Oil. Complications. Ooh, shampoo hat. Very nice. Now that I've got them in place and all set up, I suppose I could get the fuel generators going and then hook up the mergers. Now I'm going to hook up the mergers in advance. It's probably the smarter move. Again, mergers going that direction, though. I think exclamation mark SH should bring up shampoo hat. I think I maybe set it as a command, but don't quote me on that. I might be remembering incorrectly, folks. Let's get under the power cables. They're getting in the way of my aiming a little bit. I also need to set up the water for this too. So never mind. I've got a little bit more to do with this. Now this too is where I need to do something. This is where the first of my water extractors are going to come into play. Expect to see more of this because this is how I'm going to be producing my iron. Actually, no, I produced the iron already. Yeah? Yeah. But copper sheet, anything else I might need to produce, yeah. We're gonna I'm gonna go for water recipes, which is why I'm kind of building over the water here. Oh no, I do need to produce my iron ingots here. So yeah, I need to produce iron ingots here. And I'm gonna do them with the water recipe, the pure recipe. There's plenty of water in that river, so I don't have to worry at all. No worries. No worries. I understand entirely. They're under transportation. Mm-hmm. Right. This is no. This is fine. This is fine. So I want to line up with these ones because if I line up with the other ones, I'm gonna get into some trouble. Easier if I line up with this set. The one unfortunate thing about this particular way of trying to set up something like this, hello, Nontop, how are you? Is that it doesn't neatly connect to the back end ones. Not for the most part. Oh no. What's going on if you care to share? Bad day. As long as it's not too personal, yeah. Oh, stop that. Thanks, Pat. No jobs here. Fun streams, nice games. At least it's a good thing you've got fun streams to watch and nice games to play. So that helps. But yeah, I feel you on some of those things. For sure, for sure. It's why I'm wary about, heavily modded games. Part of it. Part of the reason wary. I'm also wary about heavily modded games from a performance perspective. Oh, good. I'm glad that works. I wasn't sure if that would work or not. That worried me for a second. Whew. Let me do a manual save too while I'm at it. Oh, you have to unlock it. Um, at the hub, it's a new it's added in as a milestone. I completely forgot about that for a moment. Yeah, but it's real cheap. It's the same materials that go into the drones themselves. No, these drones, not the regular drones. Give me a second, I'll find out for you. copper sheet rotors and modular frames. Yeah, it's stuff that you've had access to for a while, and you have a plenty. Yeah, sorry, I completely forgot about that particular component on it. Okay, water. Probably happening over here because it's steep enough. It's deep enough there. I don't think it's gonna be deep enough right there. And I'm setting this up to make sure I've got the right distance. Tegan, hello, hello, welcome on in. How are you tonight? That's gonna require a pump, a single pump, but a pump nonetheless. It won't be too bad, I don't think. Oh, freaking out? What about? And is it a good freak out or a bad freak out? Or something like possibly a little bit in between? I could see that being an option in this instance. Water. There you go. This is a little unfortunate. I can't get. There we go. Ha! I got close enough in height to be fine. Good. How much water do I need in the end? 8 machines at 20, 8 machines at 40. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 9 machines. Oh no. Oh. Yikes. Yeah, that's reason to be that's reason to be freaking out and hyperventilating. I'm hoping that you can explain the situation to the doctor's office and things will be okay. And people wonder why I hate the American medical system. That should never happen, ever. Mocking somebody because they're poor? No, no. That is horrid. Yeah. Oh, very much so, non top. Very much so. I wholeheartedly agree with you. Oh, of course, that wire's too long. I hit the point of too long. Great. Oh, that's fine. I can do that for the connection point. Because I gotta get rid of. I gotta drop this fellow out. I need to add one more set of each machine. I forgot it's 9 of each, not 8 of each. And the numbers actually do matter in this particular instance. Sometimes you can fudge the numbers a little bit, but when you're dealing with liquids in any way, you really don't want to fudge the numbers. Yeah. Oh dearie me. Well, it does not hurt to do this then. Gremlins, you know the deal. If you can help our friend out here and have the funds to do so safely for your own, please consider doing so. Because this shit should not be happening. Medical stuff, etc., should not be. It should all be fucking covered. There's no reason for us not to have universal health care at this point. No good reason for us to have not having universal health care at this point. Any of the things people might bring up are utter bullshit. Thank you, Pika. Shadow, thank you. But yeah, y'all know what I mean by that one. He was coming out. You know how to do them. Oh, no crimes, please. No crimes. Not okay. So no crimes like that. Sure, be gay, do cry, be crying, do gay. Oh gosh. Oh, whoops, wrong direction. I was like, why is that not working? Why? Because it's not facing the right way. That's why. I need it facing the other direction. Now it'll connect cleanly. It can be kind of hard to see the specific angle you're looking at when you get to like this point, which is why that was giving me a little bit of trouble. That's the only reason that was giving me some issues. Click, click. Be crime to get. Okay, there you go. Now, smart move. Go under. And now we've got a place to run power for all of the extractors I'm going to have to put down. I'm going to need quite a few of them. Maybe not right this moment, but I'm going to need them eventually. I just need to get to the edge there. Okay, so the reason I built a foundation there is because I now need to put down something very specific and hope game does not give me grief about trying to get this on straight. Come on. Why? Welcome. Why? Game. Aw. Yay, she's on the thing. I have to put these back and forth, back and forth. I can't just put them in a line because it's ever so slightly off the whatchamacallit, the world, the actual world grid. You can see that slight diagonal there. That's going to be a problem. Yeah, so it's doable. It just means I can't do the snap go that I'm used to for other stuff. I have to do like this. Cuz otherwise the ones I my eventual line is going to go really far away from the thing and it becomes a problem. I've had this issue elsewhere. Even so, it's still not quite right, but it's better. I wish I could just tell it snap to the grid that I'm setting up here, but it doesn't quite let me do that. Let's see, can I run you and connect? Yes, I can. Okay, cool. On the plus side, laying these out here is going to be fairly easy. And I should flip that one the other direction, I think, because that's going to be for the better. That'll work okay. And then... Oh, cool. Isn't it? It's a wonderful little friend. I love the personal drones. And you're another good reason to get the defense drone. It's worth the materials. It has slots. It has inventory. Mm-hmm. You get to name them. Otherwise, it's drone one, drone two, and whatever. uh, Hence, whenever I'm calling my drones for whatever reason, you see Frosty, Headless, Dugstash, and Goose. I think. Let's see. Right, I was going to do some quick math. Once autosave is done. So times 40. 540. Yeah, so there's going to be just a little bit of water left over here, but I figured that one pipe was gonna of water would be sufficient for this particular task. Then we want you like so. And go up. No, 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 no. There we go. Oh, that was perfect. Straight up. Gotta love when that happens. It's tall enough though that it's gonna require a pump. A Mark 1 technically would be sufficient, but I'm erring on the side of overkill. Also, I learned a trick with the pumps, by the way. Once you get them in their relative place with your scroll wheel, you can rotate what direction they're facing. It took me until yesterday to learn that one because I was like, grr, I can't connect this cleanly. Why not? And then it started making sense. I was like, oh, well, that answers some of the questions. Nice and easy. Water's flowing. Water's flowing well. I wonder if the oil just flows worse in some ways. Like it doesn't, like it handles height worse than water does. It would be, that would make some sense, yeah. Yeah, actually, oil does float on water. I don't know then. It is indeed. Okay, this will start producing once the water hits the end. Then I can see how that's all going to play out. And it'll start drawing more of. Eventually, it doesn't have more to draw. I have to get the power going ASAP, or else it's just not going to flow right. Or at all. And if you think I've been working in big numbers until this point, get ready. Get ready, folks. It's about to get monstrous. Really, really huge. Once I make sure I've actually plugged everything into power. I very nearly forgot to plug these all back into power. Da, 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 da. Also, this needs to be set to residual rubber. This one needs to be set to residual plastic. And get its own power plugged in. Okay. Next step. Because that's not going to start flowing until I get the actual fuel that's been building up here also flowing. Each one of these makes 40 per minute times 30 of them. That should be 1,200? 120? 120, I think. 1200. Yeah, no, I was right. 1200. And since each fuel generator utilizes 12 fuel per minute, welcome in Atomic, that's 100 more fuel generators I'm going to be placing down. This is going to take me a little while. The question is where? Where should I place them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know that that's enough space for the actual fuel generators. I'm going to look and find out. I might be able to go 7 if I go back one more, but the more spaces I lose now, the worse it's going to be later. And the less of these things I'm going to be able to fit. So that's why I'm a little concerned. Right, you need a metric butt ton of motors for these things. Motor, motor, heavies. You also need a fair amount of. Where are they? Heavies. Heavies. How are you today, friend? I hope you are doing well. There you go. So that's one. And these can totally be on right up to the edges. I don't need extra space in between for them. Nor do I need a ton of space. Oh, this is fine. This is absolutely fine. Yeah. This is great. Excellent. In fact, I could technically get that a little more compact if I wanted to, but I don't need to. A 100 of these things. Uh, am I fitting 50 of them on one row? Let's find out. If not, I have to go to the riverside, and I kind of don't want to mess up the riverside, if you know what I mean. Having to have the refineries over that hanging it is bad enough. Hopefully that won't get in the way. Let's find out. But I really, really don't want to have to do that. Although it's looking like I might, unless I like raise this chunk of the platform up one. If I raise this chunk of the platform up one, it'll clear it. It would make it easier to tell where the power is at that point. Hmm. Well, let's see if it'll fit first. If it doesn't, then I'll raise it up. Rubber. Okay. So rubber. And since I know I'm going to run into problems with it in a little bit, I'm going to grab some more quick wire as well. Quick wire. Quick wire. Okay, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I can try to guesstimate now. I'll go to 10 and run my guesstimations off of that. Okay. All the motors. One, two, three, 4, 8. Grab more computers. That's Goose. That's you. Thankfully, these don't take a ton of computers per, so I'm not going to grab, like, I don't need to grab a lot at the mo. Fucking rubber again. Oh, yay. So much rubber, so little time. And works, but I don't think there's any way I'm getting 50 across there going back that way. Because this is 10 or 11, I think. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, it's exactly 10. This is 10. There's no way I'm getting what I would need. I don't think I can even get 25. Although maybe 25 is possible if I go real far back. Then I would need 2 floors, 2 sets of 50. Which I can do if need be. That's not the end of the world. Like one on this side, one on the other side. Actually, one on this side, one on the other side is the easiest way to handle it. It splits the fuel evenly. Okay. Interesting. What did it say I ran out of now? Heavies? Heavies. Do, do. Ha! It lets me put it there. I was hoping that it wouldn't give me grief about that little stump in the way. It worked. It worked. Good. Good. Okay. I feel better. I feel a little bit better about this whole endeavor now. This should be doable. Concrete. It is concretely clear. I need more concrete. I'll also do a manual save here. Quickie manual save. At 125 megawatts each. and 100 of these things. That's going to be another 12,500 megawatts of power. Whew. Whew, that's a lot of power. That makes me happy. Also, I'm okay with covering up a lot of this because it's just covering up a lot of sand and whatnot. So I don't feel so bad covering this up in the way that I would feel bad about something else. Okay, this over here is going to be our next kind of potential problem. No, we should clear it. Oh, hold on. Before my buddy finds that, there we go. Because my little buddy's lasers are loud. And I don't want to burn out. I don't want to destroy any of your hearing, folks. It brings up the one and only downside I've encountered with the drone mod. It's that it doesn't seem to run off the game volume. So I can't quite control the volume of its effects. Or if I can, I haven't figured out how yet. There might be a setting thing somewhere where I can be like, no, don't have that so loud. I'm good without the sounds being quite at that power level. Rubber time. $156. Yep. Nope. Ow. That was unfortunate. All right, that's the other mod I'm running. Infinite fuel. Something like infinite fuel in the jetpack. So I never have to worry about fuel, like running out of fuel, dumping me on the floor. Because that gets obnoxious fast. Motors. My drones are really getting a workout right at the mo. That's for sure. Yeah, you don't have to carry fuel. You fuel up your jetpack once, and you're good. That's the idea of the mod. I mean, I have a thing of fuel in here just because it makes my life a little bit easier, but it means I can just do this. You see how high I'm climbing. Ordinarily, I would have run out of fuel in the thing by now. Thank you, friend. I'm taking those things out before my drone buddy finds them. That way I don't have to deal with quite the loudness. Otherwise, it would be like, pure, 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 pure. It's like, thank you, buddy. I should count how many of these I actually have. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 23. You know? Okay, so I could do this with 2 floors. It'll be mean the fuel that's got to go up to the second floor, or actually, I can do this on with a little bit on both sides, and that should be okay. I don't think it should affect things too badly. I can still run the water extractors where I need them. Yeah, this should be fine. Crap, what was it? Yeah. It was a quick wire. $24. Right. Trees. Bye. They were in the way. It looks like I might be able to get away with doing all 50 on in a row. That would be wonderful if I could do that and only have it be one level. It looks like there's enough space back this way. Let's find out. Maybe not. That's closer than I was expecting it to be. They're roughly 2.5 square each, if memory serves. So that's one. That accounts for one of them. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 5, 7, 9 more. Hello, friend. How are you? Nope, not happening on this. Good enough.
Meow.
Hello, Nami.
You noticed nothing.
I heard you.
I was going V5-0.
Yeah, you're not catching me unawares like that.
Okay, for that. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow.
Oh, look, I'm spinning. Who'd have thunk this was gonna happen?
I know, it's a shocker.
Oh, so shocking. Kaboom.
And you never see what comes next.
Oh, yeah, no, I was. There's no way I could have foreseen this coming. Yay!
Yay! Mommy's just tired, but want to come and pop in. Also, it was a lot more quiet than we're over with Tora.
Yeah, no kidding. Tora's over with Pan and a bunch of others, and yeah, that is loud city.
Kate's over there too, and everyone's doing karaoke, and Kate's doing his guitar or something, and then also so is Reggie, and it's just like,
To carry
you're amazing.
Y'all are
And
amazing, but this is a little much for my head at the moment.
I'm also kind of tired. This is my day off till
Oh yeah.
Friday.
Oh, nice.
And then I'm going out with my mom on Friday, though, so I'm going to Knott's with her so that it's not going to be a relaxing day.
Oh yeah, no, I
It's her
can hear you on that.
birthday. So, yeah, that's going to be interesting.
Man, this song is such a good song. It's one of the boss themes from Sonic Frontiers. I think that's the one, the newest of the Sonic games.
I think so.
And it's
So,
such a freaking jam. It's so
mm,
good.
indulging in your addictions.
Addictions? No. What would ever make you think that?
And
Oh,
that, like, almost every single stream I've come to in the past, if I also look back into your stream history, would
it's
be
been
very.
it's been a lot of Satisfactory. I will admit to that. But a big chunk of why is because my ability to handle audio chaos is has been not so great lately.
Mm,
This does not attract nearly the level of audio chaos that, say, Rise would.
mm-hmm. Or Forza.
Or Forza. Yep. So, yeah. Plus, this is still really good stuff. I like this game a lot. Get off. Get off there.
I could have never guessed.
Yeah, it's like,
1, 2,
gee.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. This
Hey,
would be your 15th stream straight of Satisfactory.
not straight. Not in a row. There was a Rise one last Wednesday.
Oh, yeah, there was one. Well,
If
half
you're
Rise, half
go if you're
Satisfactory.
if you're gonna point something out, at least point out the truth.
Well,
I'll
half Rise,
recognize
half
I've been doing.
Satisfactory.
I'll
Okay,
recognize Okay, to be fair, it started off with Rise. It moved over to Satisfactory only once we kind of ran out of steam. If folks had still wanted to keep hunting, it would
then.
not have.
I'm there too.
Oh,
Well,
from one banger into another.
well,
Yes, please, Gib.
it has Valheim. That
I just haven't had
area.
ideas for Valheim lately. Is the problem?
Hmm. No giant ideas of building a giant moat. Not moat. What was it again? A thing in the middle of the ocean.
My brain is not finding the words, unfortunately. Sorry.
Hmm. If mine were fighting, I would have said it already.
Yep.
Hmm.
You need weather the storm. Excellent. You've got your thing going. Woot. Floor is
Hey,
not too
button.
rubber.
By the
Fucking
way,
hell.
the buttons can hear it. Alright. The buttons can't hear me. Say hi for me, Astro.
I will let them know. Nami says hi, by the way.
Also, we should do a bit of play off sometime. 1 point.
Bit of what?
I played off. Played up.
Oh, played up.
Well,
Some point, yeah. Again, chaos. Like that kind of chaos,
yeah.
my initial tolerance for at the moment is for like this week.
How are
The
you
last
doing,
few weeks
Astro?
actually has been kind of a little bit low.
What you been up to lately outside of streaming that you could talk about that won't do you,
Nothing really.
how are the kittens?
Kittens are good.
No matter how old they are, there will always be kittens.
Exactly. One of them, Poe, is actually resting next to Buttons on a spot that was specifically kind of laid out to be a comfy little resting place that she doesn't use terribly frequently, but she's napping there and she's comfy and is a wonderful sight. We love to see it. Makes Buttons very
Mm.
happy. Okay, modulars. Thank God for this mod. If not for this mod, I this would have taken a bajillion times longer.
What kind of mod?
It gives me these little drones that I'm sending off. That
Oh,
lets me
the
send
ones that
Frosty or
are.
Headless or Goose to go fetch me stuff.
If not, then you'd have to bring me back into the game and have me go fetch things.
Yeah, or go back and fetch things myself.
It's like, no, you haven't played this game in a while. Come in here and go fetch something for me.
Yes, be a good little gopher. Thank you. No, no, I didn't want to fall down. There we
And
go.
actually, I could carry a lot more than those little drones could carry.
Yeah, they only carry one stack at a time, but they're fast.
Nami's fast. Possibly.
Okay, I need motors and rubber. Can you tell me that you could go back to base in this amount of time? There it is. I already got some rubber.
What are they just teleporting?
Now they just move stupid quick.
I could technically take a tube if I knew where I was going. But you know how Nami gets lost easily.
Yeah.
If there was a Nami drone, the Nami drone would probably be lost somewhere in Timbuktu.
I don't know where the tubes all are. It would be a series of tubes. George, 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 get out of the way. George, get out of the way. Ah,
Yes,
watch out
murder
for that,
George.
Shri. You, Shri, you can't murder George. Actually, no. Technically, George does have health, but I'm not about to do it. I'm not heartless. Yeah,
Almost
I'm
George
not
gets in your way again.
heartless. No, I'm not heartless.
Not a Heartless from Kingdom Hearts.
Definitely not one of those. No.
Which I still have to finish that at one point.
Indeed, indeed. Okay. Thank you, George, buddy. You're good now. That's the last of these I'm placing along here.
So you're industrializing his planet?
I mean, I've always been industrializing his planet. What else is new?
Are you sure it's not something similar to the planet crafter
I
things?
Yeah, okay, there's some similarities, but there's enough differences that this is not Planet Crafter by any
No,
stretch of the
this is a
imagination.
prequel to Planet Crafter.
Here you're an
Before
out here you're an
before
outright
the
corporate
place was destroyed.
drone. You know you're a corporate drone.
Who said they didn't know they were corporate drones before they destroyed the planet?
Yeah, here it's like, yeah, you're totally a corporate drone. In fact, they give you trophies and whatnot for doing enough and sending off enough
Did you get
materials.
your coffee cup yet from it?
I'm no, no, this is all in working towards that coffee cup eventually. It's gonna take some time.
Mm.
That's the truth of the matter. It's just gonna take a bit of time.
And was that building just floating in the middle of air? Up there, I looked up
Yeah,
when you were looking.
yeah. What of it?
Where's the structures? Where's the things keeping it up?
Gravity is a suggestion. Come on. Gravity has always been a suggestion.
And yet you seem to have gravity.
Okay, so gravity is a suggestion for like the plant, like your buildings.
Because of gravity, I was suggesting you'd be able to just fly like a silly bird like you were before.
I mean, technically now I can.
But not without tools. In like Valheim, you can just fly however you want.
Oh yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
There you were the true silly bird. Silly looking
Yeah.
bird.
Now I'm just a hopping fool. Oh, that is gone. Also, this is a good sign to see some of this producing again. Okay,
Mm.
I'll take that. Actually, okay. So,
Oh.
reason I'm. Oh, I need cable, don't I? Let's send headless. Doug Stash. Exactly. Suggestion for corporate instructors, but a requirement for the employees. You got it. You got it there, like Confuzzler. Actually, these are far enough away. I think I can run the connections without having to do any of the stupidity I'm used to having to do for this. That's really nice.
Aren't those cables supposed to be glowing green?
These will eventually. They just take some time to light up. But part of the reason I'm doing this now is it'll let me hover.
Have
And this will make my moving about way easier. Corporate infrastructure. That makes a bit more sense, yeah.
Well, what do you think happens to this planet after you're done taking all its resources from it?
Well, that's the beautiful thing. You never actually take the resources. I mean, you don't like drain it. They're just producing. It's eternally producing.
That
It's
makes no
fine.
logical sense.
It's fine. Logic also is, strictly speaking, unnecessary.
I'm guessing Vulcans wouldn't survive very long on this planet.
Oh, they'd hate it. They would absolutely hate this planet. It would make no sense to them and it would be all sorts of bad. But you know what? It's fine. It's absolutely fine. Everything is working exactly as it's supposed to. Don't believe us? Well, that's on you.
Yeah.
Okay, how far can I go out with this power pole? Up to there. Then immediately upgrade it to the Mark III. Because I do need that at Mark III. I don't actually have a whole lot of choice on that matter.
Not
Because I've
Mark
got to hook up a
5?
lot of these fucking things. Hmm?
Not Mark 5?
I don't have. There is no such thing as a Mark V power pole.
Imagine if it was just wireless energy at Mark 5.
Oh dear.
You had the power pole near your items you want to power up, and it just powers them.
Mark V power pole. What? That would have hold like 20 connections or something ridiculous like that. You'd have a hard time getting the connections to be clean. Would be the problem.
I'm just imagining what it looks like a Tesla coil at the top of the power pole, and it just gives out wireless energy.
Wireless anything. That would be interesting. I can
So
actually
it
see
has to be
that.
within a bubble area of availability, but it'll give it power to all those items.
That's what Mark threes are. 10.
That'd be interesting, wouldn't it, though?
It would be interesting. Yeah, agreed.
Maybe there's a mod out there somewhere.
Oh, I'm sure there's a mod. There's a mod for practically everything with this game. You hit a point where even with 10, you actually do hit a point fairly quickly where it becomes difficult to get connections made in a way that isn't like incredibly messy. Mornelm, hello, 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 welcome in.
That's why I said for later versions, it'd start turning to wireless, and the higher the mark, the bigger the bubble is.
So Mark 4 would be wireless in a small bubble, Mark 5
Hmm.
would be wireless in a big bubble.
Uh
I could
huh.
see that. Today has been quite good. It's been decent enough, all things considered. What was it I needed? Pipe. Steel pipe. Yeah, the Undertale music is fantastic. I actually have a pair of shoutouts I need to get going now that I'm looking at it. We're going to start with our friend here, Mornelm, and then there's one other person. If they're still here, I need to make sure to get a shout out for them. So, anyone here can tell you my general rule of thumb. If you are a streamer, and I know you are a streamer, you are getting a shout out when you arrive. That is the rule here. That is how the system works. Because I'm of the firm opinion that any of us smaller streamers need to work together, need to support each other. Yes! Good, 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 good. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. Oh, I am
Okay.
proud.
Um,
Cited. Yeah, affiliate stuff is so fun. The emotes alone make it worth it, in my
did you see that
opinion.
it has uh, one of what you call it, moving emote that it doesn't require being anything?
Yeah, the little dino dance one, right? Is what you're
Mm-hmm.
referring to?
Yep, yep. That wasn't always there,
One,
right?
two.
I
No,
don't
that's
remember that being there at
that
all.
is very new. That is very very new. Yeah, and channel point stuff is the other thing that
Mm.
makes affiliate worth the time. Don't get me wrong. Once you start getting enough people and the money comes, the little bits of money you can get early on is nice. I
See,
very much appreciate them. But
it's not only me
oh,
spending
nice non
$2.
top, very nice. Let me just see. Is speaking of people who we want to help get to affiliate, go check out Waffle. Brought about to my radar by the wonderful Takan, by the wonderful robotic battle toaster. Your little in the ASMR? Oh, oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's a very interesting one. Oh, this is so much easier. But yes, in the vein of the Chaos Gremlin Love Squad and our absolute love of helping people reach their goals and whatnot, please go give go give Waffle a follow, even just so we can help Waffle get the numbers for affiliate. Because let's get more folks in on this, more folks getting to have this sort of fun. Not it's not that late, Shadow. I'm not really concerned about sleep there yet. Oh yeah, yeah,
I
of
mean,
course.
it's a bit sleepy though.
Okay,
That's
if
partially
you
why I
do
went.
need I see. If you do need sleep, then do go try and get some, friend. Take care of yourself.
I have to work tomorrow,
Yeah, especially that considered.
and every single paycheck I've missed the last 3 hours because for some other reason I've had either back issues or something else. So I haven't actually ever received a full paycheck. Work. That's been an interesting time.
That's a pretty good sale. Also, welcome in, Shadow. Hello, hello. Morn. Mornelm, if you want to know the rest of the team members, by the way, we're an unofficial team because we don't have any partners amongst us yet. Some point. You can type exclamation mark CGLS and you will get all of us right then and there. Supporting others, whether it's fellow streamers or good causes, is right within our DNA. We've done a number of very successful donathons in the time we've been together.
Mm.
And they've been a blast. We've learned a couple things too. Like, we are never doing a month-long donathon ever again because that was a
Hmm.
mistake.
And don't let viewers control how if you offer them a exercise stream, don't let them change the number of your level of exercise because it almost killed me.
That's a lesson you learned, yes.
That
That's
was
for
a
sure.
lesson I learned.
Good. Good. Yeah, you've those lessons are important.
All right, I shall disappear and get away with not being something.
No. The moment you say that is the moment you get
No, no,
it.
ignore it. See ya. Good night. Good night, everyone.
Too late.
Ah,
Oh, I love it. Yeah,
I thought I could get away. I got
that
almost got away with the perfect crime.
that's a very nominate thing to do. Try to run away from the shout out, but it doesn't work. And she
All right.
knows it.
See you all later. I'll be
Yep, yep.
more. I'll be available on Saturday.
Okay.
Is
This
Saturday a
Saturday.
possibility or not this
No.
Saturday?
No, this Saturday I'm not actually. This Saturday, who knows if I'm even going to be back from the thing that Buttons and I are going to in time for stream to happen at all. Saturday might not
Then.
happen. So we'll have to wait and see.
Have fun then.
Thank you,
And
thank you.
if I don't see you before then, hope you have an amazing time.
Thank you. So
I know
what's your
I just said the same thing in different ways. I'm just
Yeah, no
tired.
worries. Go get rest, friend. If I could get a tuck in for Nami, that would be great. Okay, that begs a question, Mornelm. What kind of a budget do you have for good headphones? Because I can make a couple of recommendations depending on what the budget might be. Yeah. Oh, once this is all flowing, this is going to be beautiful. This is going to be so beautiful. This is only half of it. I have to do this entire set of stuff again on the other side. But this will be really good. More than 200. Well, then my option would work, probably. The Sennheiser 58X Jubilees. HD 58X Jubilees, I believe, is what they are referred to on. Oh, this build, yeah, this build is going well. This isn't even the main base. I will need to try to get back to the main base at some point. This is an auxiliary base. That tells you something. I'm just expanding my power infrastructure, which is what this monstrosity is. But yeah, generally speaking, anything from Sennheiser is going to be good. Any of like their open back ones, but the Jubilees are particularly nice from a budgetish perspective. They're not cheap, but they are under 200, and I've had no complaints with mine. The worst thing that has happened so far in the multiple years I've owned them, is that the ear cups have started to degrade a little bit, but that's entirely normal for ear cups and the materials they're made with. But I was able to get like a $30 pair of cups online and just replace them myself. So super, super easy to do. So yeah, as soon as I get this hooked up to power and running, I'll actually go back to the main base so I can show it off for a little bit. Oh yeah, that's an interesting point there, Non-Top. Yeah. But seriously, something open back for your headphones is probably a really good idea because it enables you to hear your voice a little bit better. It's especially important when you're doing voice training, because you need to be able to hear yourself properly. So they're not necessarily going to be comfortable to sleep in is the problem because they're over ear headphones. But the Sennheisers sound fantastic with just about anything you throw at them, and the Jubilees are no exception to that. They're about as close as you can get to starting to go into like really high grade stuff without hitting that point where they're hard for a system to drive. So it'll be real easy for any system to run them at proper volume and everything. They're that sweet spot for that sort of a thing. Oh gosh. I forgot how much this is. I think if I counted correctly, this should be 25 on per side, so a total of 50. And I have enough fuel generating for 100 of these things. This is going to be something else, that's for sure. But yeah, I hear you on the music. The music, if I don't have a stream or a YouTube video up when I'm trying to work on something, I have music playing. I have music playing very, very often. So I needed to make sure that whatever I was getting would reproduce music well and nice and cleanly. And this very much fits the bill on that. I can promise that much. Let's see. Okay. Let's hook up fuel. Do 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 do. And then we'll be good to go. And then we'll do a quick run back to base actually at that point. Fuel go. Oh, now this is going to be a sight to see. You'll start to see pair by pair, their little lights go on to tell you that they're receiving power. That's slow startup. Oh, it's going to be so good. Shall we say it's alive? Oh gosh. So you'll only need. Have you gotten the sheet and casings done yet, or is that next step? Because it's likely sheet and casing is going to take one floor, depending on how big it is, and then one more floor for all the other stuff, and then that third floor for anything that you need to make them. But yeah, no, understandable, understandable. It took me multiple sessions to finally get all my aluminum together. Heck, this massive build is taking a while for the same reason, because there's a lot going on here. It's a beaut. It's an absolute beaut. Mm-hmm. So good. So good. You play with an ear out headphones anyway. You need the clarity close back. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, it's the same area. Of course, of course. Sennheiser does make some close back stuff that is pretty good too, like uh the HG38X and 37Xs and stuff of that nature. Yeah, here's that same river you're working off of. I'm just a little bit You're a little bit more north, I think south I think you said, but it's the same general region if memory serves. So, okay. I'm just making sure sitting here watching this to make sure they all flow properly, to make sure I don't have to fix anything. Once I've confirmed that this is all working as it's supposed to, we'll go back to the main base so I can show that off because I'm really proud of the main base. HyperCloud 2, a Steel Series, and a Logitech. The Logitech is probably the best of the bunch. I don't know how Steel Series fare, but depending on what the price is, it could be worth looking into something Sennheiser related. Because Sennheiser is one of the really trustworthy companies that's been out in the field for a long, long time. But I think you wouldn't go wrong with any of them. Okay, yeah, this is fine. It's just taking a little while to flow forward now, but that's to be expected. This should be okay. Read reviews. Check out reviews of the various phones online and see, because that's the easiest way to do it. Especially you can catch reviews from audiophiles who can go into the differences between each ones. So you can see, is this one viable? Are where are their potential problems? Those sorts of things. Almost 40K being made, and that number is going to grow, and it means I will probably be able to cover my max. Although, even if I can't, I'm getting that much extra power is a wonderful sight to see. I think this should be fine. We can head on back. Yeah, it's the green lights are growing. This is just going to take time to saturate. No worries, no worries. Take your time if you need to figure out how to phrase things and whatnot. Okay, let's go back to main base. If you want more Gnome, you can type exclamation mark Discord. Join my Discord because I'm not the only one who's good with audio and tech stuff. There are others in there who are. Okay, gotcha. So yeah, there you'll have the opportunity to like ask other questions and see what other people use, because others use stuff different from what I do. Okay, so let's head on back. We'll ride on heaven for now, and then transfer to hell. That is a funny way to phrase it. Name bolt of trains named after or named for a a teammate and friend Hell Train. Part divine, part heavenly train, part Hell Train. Yep. So this is the heaven component in the gold and yellow, gold and white, and we'll be seeing the hell component. Actually, no, we don't need. We'll just pass by the hell component. This is also the long train ride. Oh, autosave. I was like, what's going on here? Autosave's happening. I'm on autosave, please. The reason I haven't done this too many times and I've been kind of staying out here, this is why. Because it's a quite a distance to get back to main base. And it's why I've been loving that drone mod, because without that drone mod, oh lord, this would have been pain. Oh yeah, the game world is ginormous. No, I'm intentionally leaving as much of it unspoiled as I can get away with safely. You can see down there is my main fuel power plant. That's like 200 something, 250 of those fuel generators. I didn't build that. That was someone else who built that, and I finished hooking stuff up. But that's main oil. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Yeah, exactly. Oil only spawns, is only found in certain areas. Up there is where I'm producing iron ingots, steel ingots, and a bunch of other like base level stuff for one of my little mini factories. And in the distance, you will see we are now approaching the main factory. Or should I say the main compound? Because it's a bunch of buildings all together. That on the left is aluminum. That is, I eventually need to cover stuff up, but it's the only really like open one of the bunch. That's the computer area. That is the most recent thing I finished to make automate two specific things: turbo motors and cooling systems. But in order to automate those things, I had to automate a bunch of other stuff to lead up to it. And what I'm working on right now is to replace some of this problem. So I only need to have a very select set of machines in front of the space elevator, because I need to make a lot of stuff for the space elevator, and that's going to get annoying really fast. But it'll be okay in the end. But here's my favorite part of the entire factory, hands down. Welcome to the shopping mall. If you need it, you'll find it here. That's the next thing I'm going to show you. So the stuff I just finished the last time are these three: turbo motors, electromagnetic control rods, and cooling systems. But flag wall first, and then I'll show the conveyors beneath, because that's something else. That's something pretty. Also, you can see here buttons. I did the little bays for all the drones with their names even. That was a nice little. I felt that was a nice little touch. But we have the wall of awesome people, folks who donated during the various donatons at the given levels, as well as the wall of pride. So general pride flag, gender apathetic, one of my flags, ace for some of our friends, pan, Non-binary, another one I do identify with. Oh, sorry, that's pan. That's that's bi? Or no, that's trans. That's trans. So yeah, we've got a couple flags there. The think buttons wants me to show off though. After I see if something works the way I think it does. Oh, it just stays in your inventory? Huh. Okay. I'm not sure what you use the statue for. I'll figure that out later then. You can see here multiple trains. There's 4 different trains coming into the station here. I'm not sure. I didn't see any place I could put it down. I'll take a closer look in a moment. But the thing that makes the shopping center tick is that it all comes in and either comes through the underside with this took forever to initially set up, but once I got it set up, it was a joy to plug stuff into it. It's nuts. Basically, once I figured out the spacing, it was not a problem to put to actually do. But figuring out the spacing for all of that was a little bit of an effort. Well worth it because it avoids the spaghetti that is a problem a lot of the factories face. You can see there's a little bit here. There's no avoiding it completely. But this whole space is ginormous out of necessity. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, Grand Central, exactly. Exactly. Um oh, what's the other and then the other that's everything going to the lower floor of the shopping center. If you needed to go to the upper floor of the shopping center, it travels along belt lines like that. In fact, here, this is one of them. So then there's above ground hubs that are all kind of covered, and I did a lot of this in the area we were just at, out in the desert. Isn't it grand? I love this. Exactly. Covered in glass and it looks much more refined. And then it also looks much more intentional too. And that helps out immensely. There's something very similar on the other side too. Yeah, it does have that kind of funny effect on it. Not as much because there isn't quite as much flowing. You see there's a couple things in there. And some of these are flowing the other direction as they're feeding things inside this building here, which is general copper products. The basic version, like the home base version of the copper products, complete with almost touching the ceiling refineries. This file has taken up the lion's share of the like 500 plus hours I've put into this game. You can and it makes sense for why when you look at the scope of all of it. Back over to the hub to see if I can actually put this in anywhere. Oh, it's a hand slot. You don't put it down anywhere. You carry it. Oh no, and then you can put it down. Okay, cool. I'll check in a second actually. So I'm curious now. Okay, so put that back in the hand slot. Hmm. It's up here. That's not where I told you to put it. I guess this is gonna go in my home then, not the hub. I'll have to make some place to display my trophies then. That's kind of cool. Oh, 418 hours of like the 500 some odd I've played. That makes sense. The rest of it's been in Buttons World and Trains World, helping them get stuff set up. Yeah, so there's a reason this is as monstrous as it is. Thank you, Erkin. Thank you, friend. Get good rest, okay? If I assume that's what you need to go off to. Aha. This is I've been playing this game a lot lately. In case that wasn't obvious. But yeah, this factory, this particular one is massive and has so much going on in it. And I can just kind of peek in and you can see a little bit of a glance of the various different machine types that have to be run to get everything working the way it's supposed to be done. That's what's making the cooling systems, by the way. That thing right there. Indeed, indeed. I'm looking forward to when Update 8 is going to be coming out. Because Update 8 is going to be so nice. Thank you, thank you. If I could get a tuck-in for Irkin, that would be fantastic. And you can see those two upper trains are bringing over all these materials to this little plant, so I don't have to make all of this stuff here too, because that would be nuts. That would be way too much work, way too much space. Ah, you. Let's float down. I love the hover pack. The hover pack is so good. But you can see there's not a lot out that way. I've left that largely untouched because I don't need to mess with it. I've left that untouched. I've left a number of things untouched. Actually, let's take the hypertube back as opposed to one of the trains. Hypertube will be good. In part because I don't know when the train is going to arrive, and I built the hypertube, so we may as well actually make use of it. And I'll get to show off my my wonderful car en route. This thing, the Cyber Wagon. Yes, it drives. You'd think it wouldn't be able to because of square wheels, but it goes. I thought it would be funny since I never use vehicles where to be like, yeah, let me put the Cyber Wagon in there. As opposed to the more nimble explorers or the trucks or anything like that. Space elevator stuff. Boom. I know, right? It's something else. But now we get to just kind of sit and rest for a little bit while the hypertube takes us all the way to that area where we were before. To what I've called Vancouver Station. That little power plant right there is my original power plant. My original coal power plant. It is still running. And at one point, I thought that was big. That glass piece in the background there, That tall glass one, that's almost all glass. That's a massive battery bank because if the power grid ever does shut down, I want there to be some backup power, and that is one good way to do it. I probably have to actually add to it now. It's a little bit small. There's not enough batteries to it. But yeah, this has become one of my favorite games, and if that's not remote at all clear from a lot of the work here, I don't know what else would make it clear. This game has been so much fun. The battery bank of the gods, yeah. Eesh, eesh. Stop with the eesh. There's autosave for you. Hmm. Ah, yeah, I want to get the other power plant set up because that's going to be important. The other half of the power plant. And if that's all I'm able to do tonight, that's fine. I have more time to do other stuff later. Ba-da-da-da-da. Yum. Oh, funny. My helmet is the only thing showing the correct color here. Everything else got reset to standard yellow. Okay. Also, yes, we are going to go through the rock a little bit. Collision is a suggestion. But I mean, where else can you get like views like this as you travel? Yes, you do. Also, hello, McLeod. Hello, hello. Welcome in, friend. I hope you are well tonight. I have a hard drive I can analyze. Okay, as soon as we get back over to Vancouver, I'm going to drop down a MAM and save, do a quick save, and. Ooh. You know what? And like show off a little more for like about the 10-minute time span of the hard drive research, just in case something we don't get something good out of it. But I would love some better alternate recipes for certain things. You saw a teacher you've known since elementary school at the store? Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. Yay. So that looks like there was an alien species on this planet at one point that was trying to do some carving. Because that looks intentional. I always think that whenever I pass by that particular rock, it looks more real than I would expect it to be. More like intentional. Here we go. Back to Vancouver. Actually, while we're over on this side of things, there is one thing I should do first. And that is, I need to set something up here. What's the closest one to the thing I'm thinking about? Probably this one here. Oh no, it's the edge one. On this edge? Because it's over there? That's a good sign. Okay, excellent. Woo! Welcome back, Waffle. So I think I want to go into this first one, actually. Oh, actually, this is perfect timing. You get to see these are kind of full, but if those weren't full, they dip in all the way. I love the way the trains load and unload stuff. It's super cool. Um, oh, I'll get that done later. I'll get that done later. I don't feel like dealing with it now. Let's fall for a little bit, catch ourselves again. Because of power. I love this. I know you're right. It's because she's busy at the moment. You can be damn sure if she wasn't busy, we'd have trouble. That's worrying. Why is fuel not producing? Okay, hold on. You see, this is what I was concerned about. Is it the polymer resin? Is it just not flowing into the sink quickly enough? I mean, if that's not flowing, it's not the end of the world, but it makes this all for naught. And this side is separate from the other side, so it should not be causing problems. See, this is where I now have to go in and troubleshoot, unfortunately. Let's see. Oh, no, that's what's going on. I have plastic going here. I don't have resin going here yet. These are producing at a rate. Yeah. Because I don't. These are the ones that should be receiving. They're not receiving the polymer resin at all. Why? That's the flow out. Where's the polymer resin flow in? Did I forget to hook that up? I might have forgotten to hook this up, and that could be explaining the problem. Yeah, okay, there's the problem. Okay. That's me being a little bit foolish. Uh, let's see. Where's the final output? Oh, add time. Okay. Yeah, they're not hooked up. Let's troubleshooting time. I think that's the correct spot for it. Ha, there we go. I did I saw something relating to restaurants, but I don't know that I'd call it a meme. It's possible it's the same thing you're talking about though. In which case answer probably yes. Sorry, my brain has now kicked into diagnose what's going wrong and not functioning mode here. Like, why is this not sending off... Why is this not producing is the question. That has its oil... Oh, because that doesn't have oil flowing anymore. But now those should start springing back to life again. Because as these start waking up again, that'll wake up again. I didn't have that hooked up properly. There we go. Now it's producing fuel again. Okay, good. I still... It's a boss. Hello, friend. Welcome in. That's great. I also need to send this off to the sink for later. Oh no, the sink one is there. We're good. We're good. Thank you, friendo. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna babysit this for a moment. Oh, good. We're starting to get fuel flow again. I forgot about the fact that I didn't have the resin flowing yet to something on that side, so everything's shut down. This is why those sinks are so important. So yeah. So let's get the other side hooked up in the same way and then go from there. Because I think we're good on that. It's surprising how long that one has stuck around for, if I'm being honest. All things considered. Oh, much better. There's other things that if I start thinking about them, I start realizing how old I actually am, and it starts getting to be a little bit terrifying. To be fair. Oh, it surprised me just to get the same thing again. Gotta love when that happens. Oh, that's because I'm out of material. Okay. Ooh, formal dress. I love this one. This is pretty. This is so very pretty. Concrete. You know what? I'm gonna put a gap of 1 in between it. Yeah, I'm gonna put a gap of 1 in between it, and I'm actually just gonna do catwalks to go across, because that'll be better, I think, in the long term for this particular task. And there's plenty of room to build the water pieces underneath here. 6. Plus, I can still hook into the power poles that are over there. So now we get to building the next set of the burners. The actual fuel burners. Fuel generators, because I need them. Otherwise, there was no point in coming out and bringing the oil here. This is the original reason I did it for. Oh, I can make this a little bit more spacious, can't I? Yeah, I'm just going to make this a little more spacious in between. Because I don't need a ton of space for all of this, for the stuff on the sides. It'll be fine as it is otherwise. And rubber. Let's go. Starting to dance again. Do, 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 do. Autosave, please. Go away. Heavies. Grab some more. Actually, do I have room in... I do not have room in inventory. So, gotta stick with all of this. And if I do this side first, hook up power, it means I can then use float along on the other side a hell of a lot more easily. There we go. I knew that was going to happen. I knew I was going to run out of that. Who just got sent off? Goose. Okay. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Now motors. Yeah, this mod has become so helpful. You could call it a necessity at this point, in all honesty, for making this particular build remotely possible. And good news about these drones, by the way. If you ask them to bring you something and your inventory is full, it stays on the drone so you can just pick it up as soon as you have some space. So you never like lose out on anything, which is particularly nice. Because it would be awful if you lost out on something that way. Yeah, exactly. Okay. We're going to upgrade this to a Mark III. And the reason I'm hooking these up to a power pole before there's ever any power flowing from them is specifically because there's still power drawn through the lines themselves. And that gives me a lot more freedom for moving around. If I had to walk to place these things, that would be horrendously obnoxious. Eventually, I'm going to need to. I won't have an opportunity. But this gives me at least some time where I can enjoy being near my existing power sources. And then I've got other options for how to handle things. So, all told, not the end of the world, even though it will become considerably more annoying to replace the next one, the next few, even as much as this now. One, two. Although, who knows? Maybe that's enough power. That's enough power. I didn't know that. I didn't think that would be. Cool. Missing rubber. The things I'm putting down now? Those are the fuel generators. These guys, right? Yeah, those are fuel generators. That's where all your power's coming from at the moment. For those not in the know who might be wondering who I'm talking to there, that is Melodic Button Mash Buttons, my wonderful nestmate, who is in the same room as myself at the moment. Yep, yep. Let's see. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so far so good. Hopefully I'll be able to go far enough back. You're right. The Void Cuddle pics didn't get posted yet. I had meant to, but I keep forgetting to is the problem. I will do so soon. I promise. The happy Void photo. Well, as close as you're going to get to cuddle pics with these particular cats. Yeah, yeah. Uh, Motors. I should clear some inventory space first, though. Real fast. Craft bench. Basically, things that don't need to be taking up space in here, like the proteins, I can. Wow, I had a lot. I can take down. Every once in a while, we manage to get them to be willing to be held, but it's for like short periods of time, like a minute or two tops. Well, with a name like God Eater, I would expect it would go dark fairly quickly. One does not just give a game a name like that and not do anything with it. Yeah, they might sit on us. This is a fair amount of DNA to go in. That's quite nice, actually. There we go. Or this will be a fair amount of DNA by the time I'm done making it all. So we'll just kind of hang out here and kind of make some stuff real fast and all that. There we go. DNA. Oh yeah, that's a lot better. Look how many more slots that is now in inventory. That's so much better. Do, 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 do. Also, I'm curious now. I'm gonna put a MAM down. I'm wondering if I can unlock a couple more bits of research and maybe get myself a few more inventory slots because it looks like there's room for 6 more on the standard thing, and that would be wonderful if there is. I think your research is about as good as it's gonna get for until you get like supercomputers and a couple other things done. If memory serves, that's so much alien DNA. This is something that I'm pretty sure you have to handcraft. I don't think you can shoot this one through a machine. Although I could be wrong. It is entirely possible that this is something you could do via a constructor. Oh yeah, constructor as well. 10 per minute. Cool. So let's see the MAM first. That's under special. Let's do some research real quick, if possible. Does not have. Does not have. Nope. I've got all of the inventory slots I'm ever going to have, I think. All I have left is a bunch of nobelisks. The explosive resonant, the pulse, the nuke, and the tox and the gas nobelisk. Everything else is done. So never mind that. Boop. There we go. Sort. Where's the other stack? Oh, right. I ended up putting in both stacks at once because I used control. Mega Man into. I don't know how to feel about that, by the way. Mega Man into a roguelike? Interesting. Very interesting. Those don't need to be in inventory either. Nor does that. I'm mostly getting stuff out of here that I know I don't need at all, as opposed to stuff that is could be useful. I will need that eventually, but not right now. Because I need the space. So that I can queue up the materials I actually need for this, for more of these. Namely, as many extra stacks of heavies, motors, and everything else that I can get away with. So I've got 6, 12, 15 open spaces. So if I go for 4 of each, plus one more motor. So 5 motor. Then 4 heavy. Because you don't go through heavies at quite the same rate. 4 computer. And then 3 rubber for now, because that's all I have the space for. Love these drones so much. There we go. Perfect. Now I can build without having to mess around with stuff too much. It's online and local. Huh. Cool. That's a nifty little thing. That's a nifty little factoid. Mega Man as a roguelite. Intriguing. Um, 1, 2, 3. There. Okay, now that's all hooked up to the network. And we can keep going further. Oh, that's going the wrong direction, friendo. Nope. Have all of these been facing? No, they've not all been facing the wrong direction. Just the last few I placed, game was like, that way. No, not that way. This way. Direction that opening faces is important. Because if it's wrong, I won't be able to do anything with it. And I don't want that. And if you're putting the power poles like right on top of them, this is about as much as you can handle. I don't think you can connect to, no, you can't connect to any of the others cleanly. It just, I don't think there's quite enough of a gap. Maybe you can get away with 4 per pole, but this is good enough as it is that I'm perfectly content with it like this. Now let's count up again because I need to make sure I'm not going over my numbers. 2, 3, 4. Doubtful though in this case. 5, 6, 7, 8. This one here is 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16. I need a total of 25 in this row to get my final number. So we'll see if that's possible. It might not be in this area. I might need to go back a little bit so they're not perfectly parallel to each other. Because this is a very different shape from that. Yeah, that's immediately a problem. That's as far as I can go. Still, it's not too bad as far as things go. This is reasonable. Uh, there we go. Also, bye. Thank you. My favorite way of landscaping explosives. It's the only way to landscape, at least in this game. No, the chainsaw is nice. Don't get me wrong, but the fun way is explosives. So I said 16 for. Yeah, let's just get down on the ground. It'll be faster. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Hmm. I may have to find another space for some of these. 18, 19. Yeah, because this is going to break into where I intend to have the actual like main factory is on this platform. I don't want that. That's only 19 of the 25? Hmm. So technically I can go a little further on this row, but I can't go further on the other row. That's the problem. And the reason I can't go any further on this row, this half, is because it's about to hit land there. I think I have a little more space. Let's see how much more space I actually have here. Possibly. What are my alternatives is the question. This is kind of the hard decision point. Let's see if I can get to 25 this way. Because then it's just a matter of needing to find 6 more for that row. Or if I can get to the remaining 6 on top of... If I can get 12 down this route. I kind of doubt it. I almost wonder if I'm not better, if I'm not just better off shunting these over to another row, like over that way just a little bit. Or seeing if I have a little room to expand that out just a little bit more. No, I don't want to do that because that's not going to have the right fuel flow. $20, $21, $22, $23. Doubts grow. It may be possible. Let's see. I said 23. So 2 more to make half of the machines I need for this section. Therein lies the problem. Half. That's 1 more. No, it's 24 at most here. Since these are 2.5 foundation squares each, that means this caps out at the 19 marker. So I need to find room for 6 more of these somewhere else. I mean, I suppose I can go into the main factory itself. It's not a necessarily a bad decision. It's just not the decision I want to make. As I am going for a very specific look here is the trick. But let's see if I can make 6 out the other direction. Because if I can do that, then that might just be worth my time. Or if I can fill it in that space in between. Probably easier to fill it in than the space in between, in all honesty. But then it's not all in a row, and I kind of like the all in a row look. It makes it look a little bit neater. Oh, but that majorly cuts in to everything here, doesn't it? So, hmm. I can maybe do 20. I don't mind if like a little bit of it's cut off. This little small chunk is probably okay. so that it's 20 per. And then I've just got to find room for 5 more on some side without it basically bisecting the factory bit. Mostly because it makes that whole bit of prettiness unnecessary. It kind of hurts it if I run down that way. So, best bet is. Well, I suppose. Actually, no. That's fine, isn't it? I suppose I could just run the. Expand it out, the actual platform for the factory out that way. And just happens to be the platform with room to go underneath for stuff for like things that are finished. Well, let me see if I can even fit the remaining 5 here. 2, 3. I think it's doable. It does connect through there in a way that's a little weird. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just double checking my counts again. 7, 8. This was number 8 right here. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Okay, so yeah, 23. So 2 more. Two more is bop, bop. That's 1. That's 2. So that should be all 25. If I need to move this power pole, I will, but it's probably okay. We'll see. They're all level. Perfect. Okay, so that's the 25. And as expected, there's 1 left over at the edge here. That's the way it's gonna be if you can only fit the full 25 there. It's the laser beam. It's fine. That's not a bad pierce through, I can accept that. Actually, there's easier ways to run it, isn't there? I can run through. Okay. So yeah, it looks like I know what I'm going to be doing for the rest of this. I don't like having to, but I want this all in one fell swoop because it'll be way easier to kind of get everything going. 1 second. Thank you for that, Mecha. Also, hello, friend. Hello, hello. How are you? Sorry about that. Buttons had a important question to ask me. Lurking for a bit? Lurking is loving, after all. Thank you, friend. Let me get it tucking for you. There you go, friendo. How much inventory space? Okay, 3, 6, 9, 12. Okay, perfect. And we need. We're low. You weren't aware of the super special, McLeod? That's. I mean, it's relatively new, but it's not that new. Yeah, I mean, you can now do chin scritches too, so I figured there needs to be some sort of combo that has all of them together in one. It only makes sense. I probably have enough quick wire. I will need at least 3 more stacks of rubber. 3 more stacks of everything else, probably. Something like that. Power Ranger. Yeah. Okay. So rubber, rubber, rubber. Heavies, heavies, heavies. Probably only 2 stacks of computers. We should be good. But yeah, that particular team has been there for at least a week now, if I'm not mistaken. Motors. Right, these take 5 if or not materials. Go. 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 And finally, go. Eventually, I will be dealing in nuclear power plants, which will be much better from from a material perspective to how much power it outputs. But it's also going to be annoying because nuclear requires so much to go into it that it's not funny. Like, and I only have like the barest hint of how to approach nuclear, if I'm being perfectly honest. I have a little bit of an idea because I saw Train. I watched a little bit of Train setting it up. But that's it. Otherwise, I'm going to be completely in the dark on that particular one. Rubber again. Are the rubber stacks just smaller? Is that why it's running through so much faster than I'm expecting it to? It's possible. Thank you, Non Top. You get good rest, friend. Fucking motors. The motors make sense. The motors come in stacks of 50 after all. So it's perfectly normal to run through them super fast. The rubber is what's catching me off guard. But hey, you know what it is? It's quick wire now. I was wondering if I'd have enough quick wire to get through all of it. Short answer, no. Long answer, hell no. It's 50 per. Okay, heavies are about to run out. I just need enough for 2 more. That's 1 stack of heavies. That's good. Yay. Almost done with this step. Whew. Much better. Okay, and now let's start the weaving process. And I can do this one as the single, so that as I go forward, we're good. Da, da, da. 1, 2. There we go. I do see you flashing there, friend. I know I'm running into dangerous spots as far as power is concerned for keeping my flight going. But I'm okay for now. It's fine. It's fine. You're good. 1, 2 in between. Ah, and Raleigh, hello, hello. Welcome, friend. Welcome in. How are you tonight? I hope you are doing well. I am said EP. I can understand EP. Yeah. 1, 2. More power. Unlimited power. Not quite unlimited power. Nigh unlimited power would be as if I went like train levels of insane with nuclear, but it's not worth the time by a long shot. Still, this is going to be a nice chunk of additional power for this ever growing factory. 1, 2 there. Put it in between here. And then in between these two. This is the only instance where I kind of have to pay a little bit of a close attention. Simply because of the nature of how this kind of works out. Okay, cool. Also, I think I'm going to do something about this bisected cable. I hate that look, but I've got a way I can handle that. That'll be fine. And then I just convert this one into a big boy and connect in there, and we're good to go. Okay, perfect. We're set. Now, the piping. The piping is going to be the other interesting challenge. Because mostly because of where the other side comes out from. That's why it's going to be the interesting challenge. It can only really enter from one of the sides, although I suppose it can enter from a weird middle point if I put one of these in between. If I find a good spot for it. But that is almost definitely then pump over territory where I need to actually, or pump under. I could go under. That's kind of tempting, actually, seeing if I can go under to connect it. And then it's not turn on in a line. It's turn on in a dual wave, effectively. I don't know. I don't quite have the words for what that would be considered. But the idea being that, oh, we get this song again. Excellent. The fuel comes out over here or up there. Over here is going to be kind of hard to carry it unless I go under. But if I go under, it's considerably more doable. Let's try under. Let's see if this works out well. This should be okay. Especially since this has a direct connection. If I cover up some of this, then I actually have a direct way across, which is kind of nice. The storm. Problem being, it has to get under this thing. And I'm hesitant. Oh, I could do it, though. There's the solution. Okay, I got my solution. Right. Flashlight on to make this a little bit easier. I forgot, the game does not auto turn on the flashlight when you start. And this not flowing for a moment or two is actually fine. This is the compacted coal, which it's not a big deal if this is temporarily turned off. It's for the hyperfuel. That's not an issue. Not on any real scale. And here's the idea. Go down for a moment, go under, climb back up. Then resume your connection line. So that gets the fuel under, or starting to go under. And then we just continue our merry way along. And now the only other thing that needs to be done is to pop up around that area. Which means we'll take out... We'll actually take out the connective tissue for the time being, because it'll make it a little easier to tell where this is going. And then we'll see from here. So it's there. That lines up pretty cleanly with more or less the center of this thing. That's kind of nice, actually. Let's go for that. To make sure I know where this is actually popping up from, though, we'll do that. You up when you need it. That was not remotely correct. That's right. Okay. So now let's go cross again. Go. Keep that straight line going. And then curve this way because we're going to need to start our curve in for that. I'm off by just a little bit. So that was really close. So that's good. And then there. That should be right. And now rebuild the line up to about that point. Whew. Got that finished just in time to avoid the autosave screwing us over again in the middle of it. Come on, autosave. Let's go. Do a quick manual save because I want to make sure I'm not just dependent trusting auto. Auto can be good, but auto can also kind of screw you over if something goes wrong like the wrong time. And it's been a little while since auto kicked in, and auto's set to every 15 minutes for me. So it really, I do not want to lose the amount of work I've had to put into some of this. As I'm sure makes sense to a lot of people. Get a couple of these going. And then kind of prepare the lines all the way down. This is going to take a moment or two. The plus side is these lines are going to saturate fairly fast. And because I'm going to be starting from the back end in each instance and kind of coming back to the center again, this will be good. Oh, Boss Vesper. Seriously. No, 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 no. And Raleighs are awesome. That's not. But in Raleighs are awesome. I'm sure that's just a joke. Okay. Right. It will take time. I think actually by the time I'm get to the center, it'll probably just be getting around a little bit. It takes time for this to saturate. Subjective. I mean, fair enough, fair enough. Copper. Copper. And send Frosty out for more plastic. Yeah, especially since the rate that this gets used is at a 2-to-1. That's the right call. Yep, we're just gonna have to wait and let this saturate. That's fine. It'll be nice to give my wrist a little bit of a break once I'm done with this. Do a save, pop that hard drive in, see what possible recipe options we get. Because there's kind of the trick of the hard drives. They give you 3 possible alternate recipes to choose from. And a lot of what remains for me is kind of junk. Recipes that I wish they'd remove from the book, from the possibilities altogether. Some of them, anyway. Some of them I can see their usefulness, so I'm not gonna say that they're bad. You're like a professional? Okay, okay. Well, I happen to be a fan of Enrali, so I'm inclined to say Enrali's presence here is a good thing. Just like your presence here is a good thing. Let's go, let's go. Oh, tired. That's the last one. Okay, cool. They're all hooked up. Now we wait for the fuel to flow and saturate. Oh dear lord. Oh, game, really? Why? That makes no fucking sense. Why did you do that? No power, I think, generally means not enough fuel coming in. Yeah, no power just means no fuel, not enough fuel coming in. So we'll sit and watch a little bit. Sit and watch the other elements too. The things actually making the fuel to make sure it's all pumping correctly. How is it all idle still is the question. It's idle because not enough oil is flowing through? Of course not. That's the problem. I swear, this oil is going to be the death of me one of these days. I'm going to watch this one for a moment, see when it starts picking up actual fuel again. I might need to trim down plastic manufacturing, the extra plastic manufacturing some. I might be trying to do too much.
Boo!
Hello.
Hello, Astral.
How are you tonight, friend?
I'm pretty good. Just got done with stream. Went for
Excellent.
4.5 hours, so an hour and a half longer than normal.
Hey, not bad.
Honestly, I think taking a week off because of my cold actually did me some good.
I'll believe that, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Game. No wonder that one wasn't fucking flowing.
Oh, did you use the
That was
wrong
that was a
pipe?
curve. It curved the pipe and connecting it to the wrong one.
Oh, oops.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was
We,
wondering about that.
yeah, we got some, hurt comfort in Please Be Happy today.
Hurt
Um,
comfort. That's an interesting bit of phrasing.
yeah, Miho, uh, went to visit the grave of the daughter of the person who she's staying with,
Mm-hmm.
and that led Miho to figure out that the person who she left Korea to chase after, the person who she believes is responsible for turning her from a fox into a gumiho, which is the Korean version of a kitsune.
Mm-hmm.
Um, she has found out that that person has actually been dead for a few hundred years because she hadn't figured that out beforehand
Ah,
somehow.
interesting.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, this oil's fucking driving me
that was the
crazy.
hurt, and then the comfort came afterwards. Her and Juliet, the person she's staying with, and Aspen, a mutual friend of the two of them, uh, Miho got them all together and told them about her person and said, "Okay, well, they're dead and gone, and I can't do anything about that, so I'm just gonna try and be the happiest I can be with the two of you." And it
That
was
makes sense,
very,
yeah.
very cute, and I fucking loved it, and I took pictures.
Aw. It's that bloody connection. Okay. Let's see if that helps.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I got the art book for Please Be Happy, and I still haven't looked at it yet. I forgot that I got that because I got the game. Actually, I pre-ordered the game,
Oh, so you got
and
some
I
goodies with it then, like the art book.
yeah, and I didn't
Nice.
actually ever play it outside of the demo until uh back in like mid-July.
Okay.
So, yeah.
12.95. Hmm. That's flowing all right. I think it's because I think the problem I was running into there, folks, by the way, was because I attempted a shunt to try to fix an issue with the back end of all of that, which is far less important comparatively to the front end, which is the really important half. So I might need
Oh,
to reset that.
so apparently Miho's birthday, Miho
Mm-hmm.
being the main character of Please Be Happy, apparently her birthday is on the 15th. So,
Oh wow,
I might just
nice.
do an extra special visual novel stream on Tuesday to celebrate,
Yeah, that
maybe.
makes sense. That
Yeah.
makes perfect sense. If I need to turn off the turbo fuel production, I turn off the turbo fuel production. It's not the end of the world. I can lose a little bit of the plastic work too, and again, that doesn't hurt me. But I need to see if the problem from before is still exhibiting here. I gotta try and troubleshoot something. A little bit. It's flowing, but not well. One of them isn't flowing properly. We. Yep, that one is still not bringing anything through that one pipe, which is weird. All the other pipes are behaving themselves, but it is affecting the amount that's going in. This is what has me nervous. The fact that there's a bunch of spots where it's the amount of crude oil actually running through the pipelines is low enough that I'm not seeing it through the visual little window, or that it's like smaller than I expect it to be. There's more than enough to fill this up, and you see this is full, but it's not flowing into the next one. Not properly, anyway. And I don't know why it's not flowing properly. Is it maybe the angles are too sharp, or... But if so, then that angle should be a problem. But that one has been behaving just fine this entire time with no issues. And now it picks back up again. Well, kind of. No. Hmm. Rawr. This set of pipes, the ones I'm running on at the moment, have been causing me no end of trouble since I tried setting them up. And I'm not entirely sure what I did wrong, is the bigger problem. Must wonder if getting some pumps along the way will help.
There
Like I
was
say
one
here.
thing,
Mm-hmm.
a note from or a thing that was said in Please Be Happy, um, that stuck with me from the playing through this chapter.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, One of the characters, Juliet, she's a vampire, and she said, "To die is human, to live is a privilege." And that combined with the context really, really hits home with me.
Dies human to live is a privilege. Interesting.
Yeah,
Interesting. There's no reason that pipe
yeah.
should be half empty, and that should be empty. If there's a problem, it's probably at this section in the line. Let's see if I can fix that. Uh, I'm gonna try redoing those curve points and see if that's gonna work. Either that or this curve seems to behave just fine. I say that and then I see that it's like horrendously low in a couple spots. I'm going back to climbing that on the top because it was behaving better on the top than it was elsewhere. Sorry, don't mind me. This particular spot in the factory has been giving me trouble since late last night, like in a significant way, and I'm having the damnedest time figuring out what the actual fix to it is. So it's a little bit of a forethought on my hat in my mind. Pepsi Man, yeah, exactly. How do you know?
Oh god fucking damn it. Nintendo files numerous patents for Zelda Tears of the Kingdom mechanics.
Oh dearie me.
More than 30 patents related to recent release. From July 10th to August 4th, they've made it public a total of 32 patents, with 32 of them specifically tied to Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah, that does not. Honestly, it being Nintendo, it does not surprise me in the slightest. That's the kind of shit they do.
Yeah. Oh God. They've patented Link's fucking Ultra Hand and Fuse abilities. So looks like we're never gonna get to see that kind of ability in any game of a Nintendo game ever again. Although honestly, I wonder how much stuff is gonna retroactively like be in violation of those mechanics.
Probably a fair chunk. It sounds like they're reaching pretty deep.
Yeah, like just the Ultra Hand one alone, that's the fucking pick things up and move them around thing, I think. And like we've we've literally had that since uh that's just a gravity gun, honestly.
And they can't, and if that's the case, they wouldn't, that patent's going to fail. They could file for it, but that doesn't mean they're going to get it.
Yeah. I'm hoping that literally all of the patents that they have fail.
Exactly why that would fail, because if they're filing a patent for something that is the basically the gravity gun, like decades after the gravity gun was made, that patent is meaningless.
Yeah.
I'm gonna redo this entire set of lines. I have to. It's probably the only way to fix the entire situation. Hmm. Nintendo, yeesh. Well, hopefully they get what's coming to them on that one.
Yes. I'm really hoping they do because honestly, fuck Nintendo. Just just fucking be gone.
Like, stop with the greedy shit already.
Yeah. Oh well, on happier news, Please Be Happy has been fucking fantastic and I can't wait for next week.
Excellent. I am glad to hear that. Okay,
Yeah. I'm
so
gonna go AFK for a moment.
yeah, yeah.
Post stream
Take care of
bodily
yourself.
maintenance, all that.
Yeah. Exactly, exactly.
Be right back.
Yep. I know, right? Tell me about it. Okay. Oh, come back here, lizard doggo. Oh. Lizard doggos, they're adorable. They're just, afraid of you, which is understandable. You're this big scary creature. It makes perfect sense. Oh no, that was necessary. Whoopsie. I'll have to redo that. That's fine. It's okay, little one. You're good. So see, not all the creatures out here are out to get you. George just is kind of minding his own business. And the lizard puppers, well, they're just precious little things that will actually follow you if you feed them. And it's a wonderful thing when they do. Okay, this that one's actually flowing now. So I think I'm okay if I start rebuilding from this point. Because so far, it's looking good. It's looking good. It's looking good. There's no zeros anywhere amongst this chunk. But the zeros start clicking. We're starting to click in once I combined into the other one. Which is why I thought if I separated them into two different sets of lines, maybe that would be sufficient. But I think I might have been wrong on that. Let's see. If I go like so. And I'm actually going to, I'll make sure to put in a pump on each of these as well, because I'm afraid they're not going to have the right flow otherwise. That they're going to kind of need the flow to get up there. So let's see if I'm right about this. I hope I am. That would be wonderful. That has not hurt that in the slightest. Good. Put back on Zoop on that one. That's good. Okay. Since I'm going to be using this a lot, let me be smart and just kind of put that up on my thing. That's good. That's filling. That's filling quickly, actually. What has me, like, puzzled, incidentally, in case folks might be wondering about this whole thing here, is it behaves itself for a little while if you go from empty. So if you flush the whole system, one of the pipes that is being problematic and a troublemaker, it works for a little while as it's supposed to. But then it stops working at some point, and I can't quite figure out why. And it's kind of important that it continues to work, because otherwise I lose the turbo fuel in its entirety. The turbo fuel is dependent on this for actual running stuffs. And I mean, if I have to cut that, I have to cut that. But then there was no reason to tap that set of them, and I can instead make sure that there's a perfect 1200 flowing in the other ones at all times. So we'll see if I can make heads or tails of why this is behaving the way it is without having to chalk it up to fluid dynamics be weird, which is more likely what it is. Fluid dynamics be weird. The lack of flow there is what has me concerned. Because notice, those are still going regardless. These ones, there's no movement on them. Thank you, Hawk. Thank you. Ah, yep. There's no flow anywhere down the line? Maybe it's just because it's not hooked up into anything? But I would expect to see some flow. Well, no, there would be no flow if there's nowhere for it to go. So maybe it's fine. I'll continue running it along until I get to a point where it can move into something, at which point then I'll start getting concerned or not. But, hubba. And you can all see why I didn't want to build my power station out here, where it would have been a hell of a lot simpler. Because this section is gorgeous. Like, seriously, this place is beautiful, and I love it. I don't mind seeing a couple of pipes kind of flowing out from it. But I didn't want to, like, cover up anything in the process. So, yeah. Hence the reason I'm doing the silly thing that takes way more effort instead of the easy thing, because I still have a little bit of an environmentalist bone in my body. So I care somewhat. Okay, so continue laying this stuff out. And I'm using its auto, so these are not shapes or connections that the game would consider unreasonable. This is entirely within the bounds of how these pipes and these fluids should work. That's what has me so thrown off here. In such an odd way. Because this is correct. This is not me being like forcing a specific shape into this. This is the game choosing it for me. And sure, auto can make some strange choices sometimes, but not usually this strange. That's what has me like puzzled. Then you get this happening. Okay, now that's actually flowing. part of that is probably now it's filling up the pipes ahead of itself, and so it's like, okay, yeah, and it's just a wait for saturation. And the amounts inside of them are decent. I'm not unhappy with it. Well, I don't love it. It should be full like this. At least we've got 600, the full flow speed. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. Good sign. Good sign. The one that had nothing in it is filling. Okay. I might have I might have found the problem spot that was causing all the trouble. Whew. You don't want to have to cut like out entire chunks of pipe, but when you need to, you need to, and it's kind of a nice thing that it's a possibility. It's kind of nice when it works afterwards. It makes me happy though that it's actually fucking working again. Let me. Oh, you know what I can do? Ah, this is what I can do. This is the good side, the side that was never giving me trouble. I want to make sure that this is like an overflow of sorts. So what I'll do is I'll put in a pair of valves and I'll limit the amount per minute to 300 a minute. So about half of what the pipe's capable of carrying. So that means that these will never give more than half of their stuff away. Although I wish those could be smart, those could be intelligent in the way that you could tell it, hey, give yourself, like, only do this if the thing you're going into is full. Although I imagine, in a manner of speaking, it probably kind of is. The danger zone. So let's see then. The other thing I might consider doing is upon getting back over. I think maybe only one of them does it is probably the better bet, better, safer way to do it. That way it's only ever like a small amount that can be kind of run over. And that's a good sign. The fact that there's nothing there means those filled up. I'll set up some fluid buffers when I get back over. Um, possibly on the at the top before things split up. No, they're always split is the problem. This is where I wish the the big industrial fluid buffers had 2 ins and 2 outs, like their regular container counterpart. That would make things so much simpler. I can understand why you wouldn't necessarily want that, but at the same time, it complicates things a little bit. Eh, it is what it is. That's a good sign, though. Seeing the smoke coming off of the fuel generators, that says they're actually all working properly. And that was a concern of mine that they weren't functioning right. Because if there's nothing in these, that's a problem. But now these are full. Yeah, I definitely need a fluid buffer. Somewhere. There we go. So the best place to put said fluid buffers is probably down here. Just before they enter this area. Because those are not... They're flowing, but they're not flowing at the numbers I want to see. Because this kind of on off on off on off is a problem. It needs... I want this to run smooth. And it was not running smooth. Though now that there's stuff coming in, that might help. That's all a lot more reliable looking. Yeah, it's filling. Hmm. Yeah. I'm still concerned.
Where? I'm back.
Welcome back. And now they stop again. It's like they ran through the entire 4800? That makes no sense.
Oh.
Really? This is getting enough fuel at least. For the most part. Hmm. Er, yeah. Okay, so that's... It might just be it needing to wait for production to finish working its way back up again. I almost wonder if I'm not better off just turning off this little section in its entirety and letting the excess oil from the first one go into the second. I might do that, or I might reduce the amount that's coming in. So if I reduce it by half, I then turn off half of those machines, more or less. So turn you off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, respectively. Because otherwise, these things just don't run. Actually, how many did I? Oh no, it would need if I'm shutting off half. It's the first 5 of each side get turned off. So like that, 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 that. The nice thing is you can put some of these on standby, and that helps. So turn off the partial. So pause effectively. Actually, I can probably leave the partial. Right, if I go from, let me run the math real fast. 10 per minute on that. So I've dropped from 200 to 100. These each take 37 and a half a minute. So 75. I can only fully power 2. And I have to have a partial for the third. So go for 25 a minute.
I think I'm gonna tip out of BC now. Have a nice night, Astral.
You too. Get good rest, friend. This song. I love this song. So, okay. We've gone to half capacity on the crude oil to plastic. Which means I can pull in a shunt for the actual fuel generation, which is the thing that really matters. And I think the way to do it is something like this. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. And just to make sure it's flowing in the correct direction, apparently I need a little more space for the valves. Too sharp. Boo. Um. Hmm. How do I work this? Maybe. Ideas. Run one here. Hopefully this isn't too sharp. This is not too sharp. Excellent. So to make sure that it knows it can only go this way. We'll see if this helps. Because there doesn't need to be a ton of fluid in those ones. The other possibility is this is all burning through too quickly and I need to give up on the idea of the turbo fuel at all which is not the end of the world. What it would end up meaning, though, is potentially a little more space to play with there. I could have done that set of those in the back and had that line up evenly and like parallel, perfectly parallel. But I'm not redoing that entire thing because that's too much work. I'll just turn off that entire chunk and be good and done with that. Because what has me going is that it is producing the polymer resin. And I know it's doing okay with that. Because I'm seeing that flow. So the resin itself is not the bottleneck. The bottleneck is getting enough oil. Welcome back, Pika Shadow. I am attempting to troubleshoot oil. And I ran all my calculations properly. This should be fine. There's 10 of these per side, or there should be 10 of these per side. I hope I didn't goof my numbers. Let me check this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Did I goof my numbers? Is that the problem? I was always being too... Oh, dearie me. I might have goofed my numbers. Hold on. It's 60 per minute on all of these. Okay, that one wasn't flowing. I wonder. I think that entire half is getting turned off. That entire chunk. Possibly deleted if I'm not going to need it at all. Which is a shame, but I'm going to double check my count carefully. If I see 20 on each side, then I know I screwed up. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 per side. 15 per side. No. No, it's fine. Actually. Right, no, it's supposed to be fine. Because the first 10 are drawing off of 1. And then those are drawing off of 1 as well. So, with the leftover going into the other one, I did my math correctly. The remaining possibility then, let me completely disconnect. Rather than a turn off, let me just disconnect them in their entirety because that'll just be the easiest way to do it. Because I've got a very clear division between which one is which. So if I just go snip. Oh. Oh, valves. I might be able to keep this one up and running. No, because the idea here is that then I will let some of the others bleed off. Like, bleed off an extra, like, 300. Pipes ain't carrying that. Okay, so that little valve trick is not working. Hmm. Rar. I might have to redo that train station idea. I love the idea, but I think it might be too high. Or too far? Oh, there's no way it's too far. What is quite possible at this point is that the train station itself is the problem. Now that I think on it, this is going to be, if that's the case, it's going to be an annoying as hell to fix. I know, right, kid? So this is a relatively short train. It doesn't take terribly long to get come back and forth, but it's more than a minute. And I just don't think it's pulling in enough on each one to make it viable. Let's see. The solution then. Let's try something. I'm going to take the train back. I am going to do a disconnect to the actual train itself. Yeah, I know. So much algebra. And then I'm going to run the pipes themselves along the bottom, along the underside. So the train station is going to provide power and the rail too, so I can float along and be fine. I won't have to undo all the stuff I did. And if this doesn't work, well, I'll know right away. And it'll just be a simple reconnect from the correct side. Sort of. Depends. What's your definition of stunts? That really is the question. Backflips? No, I don't think they can do back. Well, they can derail, and I think in derailing they might backflip. That's possible. Maybe, maybe, maybe. Is that their hard drive? Is that one I found, maybe? I'll have to take a look at that in a little bit. So, okay. Here's what I'm going to do then. Rather than connecting up there, I'll let this catch its one more. And then I'm going to disconnect it from flow. Instead, going under and around. So as soon as the train's out of the station, it'll be easy enough to do. Perfect. Disconnect you and you. You. Disconnect the valve because that valve is not serving any purposes. And disconnect that part of the line. Because now the goal is going to be, I'm going to run them down and under. I think that's the correct spotting for it. Yes. Okay, cool. Floor hole. Okay. 2. which means the entire thing on the other side is going to temporarily shut down, but that's fine. I need this. I need to test this. The positive being I can run this underneath and be just fine. As long as I stay along where the train tracks are, underneath them, I can fly. As long as I want. I'm looking to get it to... Let's make my lineup points and then I'll go from there. So 2 per. Mostly just to make my lineup, my laying up of things a little bit easier. So these 2 are going to go here. And I think here I might want Noodle. Noodle might be the correct way to go. The power of the hover pack. I love the hover pack. It's so, so good. In case you might be wondering what it is I'm messing with here, Cade. That's what's letting me fly. That's not quite right. I need to trim this over 1? 1. That might be it. There we go. That's it. Now, do the same. Curve round. This is called I'm a perfectionist, but I've gotten good enough. I've gotten good at stuff. Good enough I can go perfectionist and be okay. I think, though, that's going to require me to take a slightly wider turn in order to make that around, if I'm not mistaken. How have you been, by the way, Cade? Oh no, that turn is perfectly viable. I didn't think it was, but cool, it is. Okay, I'm going to do the same with the other one, with these 2. How was your visit with Tora, by the way? As I know, our wonderful little dino clown girl was able to come visit you, Miu, and a couple of the others. I was a bit jelly about that, because that would have been fantastic, but, you know, stuck on the East Coast. Not a whole lot to be done about that. It's close enough. Oh, that's not actually right, is it? Okay. That explains the problem. Oh, there's the problem child. Okay. The curve's wrong on that. It's good otherwise. 9. There you go. And then that's off by just a little bit too as a result. That's the downside with all of this. The moment you get off by like that half mark, everything else you were connecting off of that's related is off by that half mark. There's not a whole lot you can do about it. But this should be okay. Yep, that's what I thought. That has to go out a little bit. I don't. I can't imagine that's actually true, McLeod. Your state's gotta have something going for it. A state with nothing going for it is a state that has no tourism whatsoever. And that is not remotely true. Every state has some kind of tourism. Maybe it's very niche, but still it's got to have something, right? Well, I mean, some folks might like the idea of, going to visit Bethesda's offices, I suppose. uh, that's that. So it's like that or that. I'm not sure if that's correct. Am I good or am I good? Damn. It's going to become a lot easier in a little bit. It's this first half part that's the problem. Except that's not a very chaos gremlin thing to do. We don't harass people. No, we would never do something like that. Mama, mama. Okay. Now, the one annoying part of trying to run this down is gonna be the game is gonna try to insist on these always curving, and I don't want them curving. The good news is I can just kind of, as long as I'm careful, I should be fine. And I'll endeavor to get these onto one of the borders between one of the darker sections where the two foundations meet soon to make my life a little easier on telling what's where. No luck, friend? So I'll do that. I'm guessing by that tone. Oh, oh boy. Yeah, that's. Hmm. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that you might be able to draw upon that maybe would help. But I'm blanking on ideas. I'm sorry. We're going to be at this for a little while, folks. We've got quite a ways to go. But The positive of it is that it'll always be flowing. There won't be any interruptions when like the train is coming into the station, and we won't have to wait for the train in between. So that's the benefit of doing it this way. The downside is that I have to go a pretty long distance with these pipes. Not that it's too bad, in all honesty. Hmm. Hmm. Is there anybody who has easy access to such funds? To funds enough that you know that could do that for you is the question. Anyone you can think of at the moment. Hmm. Not even to say give the doctor's office a credit card number? Like somebody who you trust and who would trust you with that sort of with the sort of information, or be able to call and say, "Hey, I'll cover this." Assuming they'll take that, of course. They might not. Not all places do. Is that legit on the half mark? Oh, that makes my life way easier. Iron plate. Of all things to run out of, it's iron plate? Oh. Well, I gotta come up surface for this. Iron plate? Let's grab a second. Ah, that's a problem. Okay. I was wondering about that. So you need somebody who can physically be there. Bloody fucking medical system stupidity. So dumb. So dumb. Yeah, it's not too long. It's just barely the right length. I know that for a fact, game. It'd help if you were on the correct line. Yeah, it's on the center mark. That's good. Well, that's an option at least then. You've identified something that's a possibility if you can find somebody who can take care of that for you. I understand. That sounds like that would be draining to just about anyone I can imagine, especially if it's something you have to do frequently. Understood, understood. Getting there. I almost wonder if it would have been smarter for me to temporarily take this off, leave the other one running while I was doing this. Possibly. Hard to say. Yeah. Oy. I said click. Thank you. Hop above ground again. No worries, no worries. That's what it's there for folks to do promos. You are more than welcome. No worries, friend. Get good rest, okay? I will take that hydrate in a moment, yeah. Okay, you can nibble a little bit. There are other outfits, by the way, folks, if you care, if you want to see them, and if you've got the channel points. Don't think it has to stop at the dress. Don't get me wrong, I love the dress. But if you wanna, you can. Oh, that's actually handy. I see the line this one's on too. Okay, that's good. It's on that line. Yeah, the dress is very pretty. I agree wholeheartedly. Yeah, that's a rarification thing. That's not in the run up. You will more than likely see it come back about September 11th when my 2 year anniversary comes up. Because that'll be special occasion. But yeah, the swimsuit is special occasion type level stuffs. Because I mean, gotta keep something back from time to time, right? Comfy sweater is nice too. Cozy hoodie. How close am I? I'm getting closer. Ha. You can see that crazy snaking network of tunnels and whatnot that are going all over the place for the different materials. Hey, no choking, no dying. Were you there for the swimsuit Pika, Shadow, or did you miss that? No, I didn't become affiliate on the 11th, September 11th. That was my first ever stream, actually. Affiliate's sometime in January, I want to say, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so that would be 2 year Twitch, not 2 year affiliate. And the two are far enough apart that, yeah, I wanna. It doesn't make sense to kind of put one off for the other. Yep. I mean, okay, sure. Something awful happened on that given date. That is true. I'm going to redo those too because they're not far enough out. And I mean, I've got a pretty damn good sense of some of what happened that particular day, plus the stuff that followed, because that's. I was living in and going to school in the five boroughs during that time period. So I know I have a pretty good sense of a lot of the emotions and whatnot. And it's also why it's like, okay, remember what happened, but at the same time, don't like make it a day that just becomes utterly depressing, because we don't want that either. It hits differently when your city is the one that has the disaster, that has the thing that goes off or happens, compared to being somewhere else where you can send thoughts and prayers and maybe bits of help, but without being like directly in ground on ground zero or near ground zero. It hits so differently. Well, let's get off that topic for a little bit. Hi, Sky. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome in. How are you tonight? Tilly Hearts, welcome. Wah! Wah. Indeed. How much of each do I have here? Give me a sec. I'm just taking in materials. One more plastic. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Astral Cat Dragon Variety Streamer. I do a whole lot of Satisfactory. I do some Monster Hunter Rise, some Valheim, Bloodstained, randomizer runs, all manner of things. This is my current, you could call it an addiction. This is the game I'm currently hooked on, to be most accurate in my terminology. But yes. So, let's see. Sky should it be on the list, but since I don't know for sure, let me get a shout out for Sky. You got the Pookie set? Excellent. Let's see. VR chat. Ooh, nifty, nifty. How was that? How was the stream? I hope it went well. I hope it was enjoyable. And folks, if you need to go get something to drink or eat, if you need to take a break, anything like that, Raiders and Sky, please go do so. Take care of yourselves. That is important. That is rules number 4 through 100 here, after all. That's something I need to get into at one of these points soon. I need to actually spend enough time in VR chat that I can start loading in custom avatars. Because it doesn't feel right to be in there with looking like someone else, if you know what I mean. Not when I can look like this, if that makes sense. However, for folks who might be curious what I'm up to at the moment, I am slowly working on a factory portion for the stuff that has to be manufactured by machine for the space elevator, namely the stuff that leads into the stuff for phase 4, because it's gonna take far too long with my semi-automated option. I kind of got the idea to grab up a bunch of power in the meanwhile, and that's why I'm dragging pipes of oil all the way along the bottom. Yeah. Yay, I am glad, friend. I am glad. Yeah, it seems like it has the potential to be a lot of fun, even if you don't have the stuff for it, like the actual pieces. Oh yeah, no worries, Mornelm. No worries. If you need to go get some sleep, you go get some sleep. Take care of yourself. Let's just get one more shout out for you. I meant to do a tuck in there, but I went straight to shout out because that's where my brain is at. Mind me. It is also like almost 2 a.m., so I should be ending soon myself. As soon as I get this hooked up and I see it's working, I will do that. I do have an appointment myself tomorrow. Early-ish enough. Oh! Ah, yes, yes. Well, happy streaming. Good luck. And have fun. What did it say I was out of? Probably copper. Knowing it's copper. Uh, Shouting folks out does the gremlin heart good. Rod? Really? That's the problem? Ah, I'm so glad I have this mod. It makes life so much easier. Without it, this would be a royal pain in the ass. Uh, Means I should probably switch the music off to the chill lo-fi very soon. Considering I'm gonna need to start the wind down in a little bit. I might do that in just a few moments. Yes. Enjoy. Enjoy, Pika. I love these sets too much though. Oh, I should have told Mornell before. I think him was the correct pronouns there. Before he left. Well, the signs were there to about the music in case he was not aware. Folks who may not be aware, if you've been enjoying the music and would like to get some and would like to find another source for it to listen to it for yourself, just type !DJ. That will bring you to the Twitch page of the wonderful streamer who made it possible, The Last Seahorse. And for those who are streamers, what's even better is those sets are Twitch stream safe and completely free to use. Absolutely free. Now, no guarantee it's gonna be safe for if you bring the music over to YouTube or anything like that. Just Twitch streams, but still. Oh, I wish there was something more I could do to help in this particular moment. As it stands, though, I don't think there is, but it's not hopeless, even though it might feel that way. I can promise you that. Um, oh, you know what? Hold on, Tegan, stick around for a little bit longer. Folks in chat, is there anyone here who knows Tegan who might be able to do the PayPal trick that Faye mentioned earlier to get this to help get this stress off Fair back? Because if there is, and if somebody can help our friend here, can help make our friend's day just that little bit easier by doing that, by being able to do that for Fair, then well, that would be an incredible thing. I understand if folks can't afford it or if you maybe don't have the information, but if you can afford it and you feel safe to do so, you could always contact Tegan and ask for the information necessary. You know, give Fair a little bit of a break. Yeah, no, I understand. You gotta take care of yourself. If that's what you need to do, then that's what you need to do. But if possible, if possible, Yeah, so see, it would be a few days before payback, but it's like 4 days. That's really not long to wait. So please, if one of you can help, please let Tegan know. Getting closer, getting closer, getting closer. Of course, the pipe is too long on that vector, you silly thing. That's not the line I want to be doing it on. The nice thing about kind of drawing the lines as far as you can take them is you get situations like that where it's pretty easy to tell the game, no, there's only one line I care to be using here, and you are not it. um, how do I run this over, though? I don't, I want to make this as easy to kind of fix back as possible. Probably through like that and that. I gotta try. I think I've got an idea. Let's try something. Let's see if this will work. I'll have to pop up through, but that's fine. That's not a big deal. We'll take that out. And that lets me put in one of these. After stream. Oh. After stream is probably resting time for me out of necessity. That's going to be too close. So let's reposition those. Oh, they're probably fine, actually. Oh, I see. That's a weird shape. I don't like that shape. Let's say, are you sure that's the right shape? That's not the shape. We'll run a little bit higher up, I think. Okay, so those two are there. Trim out those edge pieces. I think it should be fine. Well, that's fine, because it's not going to be going... I don't need the turn up anyway, so I'm not concerned about that. And it makes sense. I was using a different auto form for that. The auto form is something like snake or something. Or, yeah, there lies a trick. There might be a buttons who's like, no. Mine. Okay, this is not going to look pretty, but I'm okay with that. I don't need pretty, I need functional right now. So as long as it connects right, we're good. This is how we're going to handle it. We're going to hope this will work okay. I can't go into those because that's an issue. You gotta share. I'm Polly, but that means you gotta share. Sharing is critical. God, all those lines are distracting game. No, no. What are you on? You're on this one. Okay, good. You can share them. We're good. That's also on. Okay. So those two are going to connect with those two. This one going around the corner more or less like so. Of course. Of course. I just wish I could have done a little more, but we do what we can. And I'm hoping you can find that somebody will be able to come forward who can help. Good luck, friend. Good luck. And know that you're always welcome here. Plastic. I just ran out of fucking plastic. Of course I did. Of course I did. Copper, 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 and then grab another plastic. Ah, that's why the pout. Yeah. Well, buttons can be very cat-like sometimes, and when the cat decides that you are the one they want, there's not much you can say otherwise at that point. I'll sometimes joke that I have that there are that I live with three other cats, and that's why. Buttons is very much that third cat. Okay, so that'll be the inner one. How far over are you? You're pretty far back. Did I get it perfect? Oh my, look at that. That is perfect. Mm-mm-mm. How about that? How about that? I love when I do that. So good. Okay, almost done here. Oh, so close. I need to go just a little bit forward. Thankfully, easy to adjust that. Okay, cool. Now, those are receiving directly. Still want one of you to throw at your friends. You'll get there eventually, I'm sure. Yeah, okay, they're flowing. We're good. Everything's flowing, everything's flowing. That one's not flowing for whatever dumb reason. No, that's why. Stop. That's probably the problem. Game? Why? Stop. Sheesh. No wonder that wasn't flowing. Okay. It's flowing now. So, what I'm gonna do, I love this song, but I'm gonna switch off of it to one of the lo-fi sets because we're about done. I just want to watch this out, grab the hard drive, take care of the hard drive. I'll do the save once I know this works. We can just kind of hang out and chill and whatnot for a little bit. But it's time for the wind down. I mean, only one of your forms is too big for the bathtub, to be fair. Other forms will fit. There you go. Okay. Now, I think I'm also going to do one other thing. And this is where it might be worth putting in the fluid. The fluid buffers. I don't know. I might do them after the fact. Like, I might put in some fluid buffers off stream. Because they're kind of. I'll show you why I'm considering an off streaming that. They're massive. That's the size of a fluid buff of the industrial fluid buffers, and I would need the industrial. I have the materials, that's not a big deal. But trying to like line them up in a way that would make sense is entertaining at best. No bats, please. To be fair, if you tried to put dragon form me into a pool, it ain't gonna fit. Way too large for any given pool. That's for sure. So it means Pika gets to enjoy the pool all the time, no problem. We have to be in specific forms to enjoy it. Now, a lake, oh, a lake I can, like certain size lakes I can swim in, and those are glorious. Ah, that explains it. Yeah, that makes sense. You know what? Since that's getting cut off anyway, I'm gonna do this. Forget the stupidity. Let's do this now. Uh, let's just run it now. So one, I want them on ground level. You can technically stack these, but trying to stack them is going to be problematic, and I don't want to play with that. Well, I mean, it's a tail. Yeah, it's going to weigh a fair chunk. That's not out of the ordinary. That makes perfect sense, actually. That's fine. One, two. That's better. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So the reason for these, by the way, is that they're going to store up the oil and give me a backup. And I think I need that backup. I think I don't have a choice in that. So I'll take the pipes out, but I'll leave their actual pieces, the little stands in, so I know where they go in case I decide I don't like this. This will give me a way to correct it later. And it won't necessarily be the prettiest thing in the known universe, but it'll be fine because I shouldn't go too crazy with all of this. It'll be fine as is otherwise. Pop. Wait, I said click. Click, thank you. That's fine. There's a little bit of clippage there, but I'll deal with that for now. I can clean that up later. This is making sure the whole system works. So then this comes down. Maybe the ones for these two are like over here somewhere. I could see that possibly working. So basically they go over and then they come back out again. Yeah, let's try that. Yeah, this will work. That's an odd shape. Let's just go auto on that one because auto makes way more sense in this instance. Horizontal to vertical is perfect for like cleaner, straighter lines, but that was weird. Although that is going to be helpful for future knowledge now that I think on it. Oh, actually, you know what? No, hold on. Ideas. Ideas. Go back in on horizontal to vertical, but have it go around to the back. Check that out. Look at that. Oh, this is good. This is good. Oh. And if I do like this, I'm trying to stay floating in the air. But game not letting me because the power's not good enough nearby. Fine, be that way. Indeed. Silly is good. Silly is good. It's horizontal to vertical. What does auto decide to do with it? Same. 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 Okay, so it does not matter in the scheme of things. And this is where I definitely want horizontal or vertical because any other shape is going to be really stupid looking. That'll work though. The reason I'm doing it this way, by the way, yeah, nobody's done it at all tonight, and I'd asked if that nobody does because we're going to be finishing off soon enough. I feel like my throat's tired enough. I probably shouldn't from the stream. I should be careful, you know. Yeah. Okay, so we're good there. We're good there. So those are filling up. I don't know if they're going to fill up again, but at least this will help. Let's see. That is a good sign. See all the smoke coming off of this? That's kind of giving a little bit of a weird hazy effect. That's a good sign that this flow is a lot more reliable than the train flow was. Which means the train probably still continues to exist, but as a simple passenger train to get yourself over there quickly and easily. That's the 500 point redeem. Okay. That makes a lot more sense now. And those are going to take a little while to kind of kick in full because these need to kick in back in full. It also means I can probably wake back up the turbo fuel, but I'll do that only after and I know for sure that that's all working the way it's supposed to. That's a good sign, though. That's flowing. If it's yellow... Oh, good. This works. So, okay, folks. Here's a little trick tip. Then never, ever have your have your oil come in by a train, unless you absolutely have to, because not worth the hassle. Not worth the hassle in the slightest. Now, these are stopped for now. That doesn't have its merger yet, does it? That's something I need to fix. Oh, that's an easy fix, though. This is a I forgot to do a thing problem. Not a there's something not working problem. This one also does not have its merger. Good to know. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, cool. And it's okay if this stops producing, because this one was never terribly important, considering the polymer resin is not being made anymore. The polymer resin is going to the sink. And those are destined to go elsewhere. I can feed them to the sink for now, and I might do that. I'm kind of tempted, but I don't want to run the lines. That seems kind of a waste. To me. But that's another story entirely. Okay, so we're good there, we're good there. The polymer resin has its place to go. Once I see that that's all flowing the way it's supposed to, I will turn back on the other one. I'll plug it back in. In fact, I can turn them back on and then just kind of leave them unplugged, shall we say, until it's time. Because it would be nice to have the other stuff flowing again. Part of the plastic numbers I was drawing on were specifically... The reason I split this the way I did was because I was working within the numbers based on these ones going. Otherwise, I would have run a little more plastic than rubber. It wouldn't have been a 9-9 split for the buildings. But this is looking promising. It's all green there. It's almost all green. It's all green here. We're good here. Did that work, by the way? Or was that too fast? The throw. The love. Because that's supposed to toss something. But I haven't been hearing the sound for it. You saw hearts. Okay, cool. I think I need to increase the length of time because I never see it or hear it. And that's a little bit of a problem. Okay, this all seems stable. It's saturating reasonably well. Yeah, it's saturating well. That's good. I can reconnect. Do, do, do. Da, 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 da. That'll be nice to have that flowing again. And I'll just kind of keep an eye on the numbers, making sure that nothing disappears out. Funny that those two are running in at a much slower rate, and I don't quite understand why. They're the back, or some of these are running slower. But you know, that's not a big deal. This is all running, and that's what's important. It's working. That makes me happy. That makes me very, very, very happy. This is going to continue to produce plastic and kind of dump it in there. You know what? Yeah, let's do it. Let's sync everything that's being produced here for now. And I'll sync it the easy way. That way it's constantly producing and the things are all going to keep flowing because that's what I want to make sure happens. I want to make sure the flow doesn't stop. And if it's more tickets for me, it's more tickets for me. I am happy with that. For sure, I am a very happy dragon if I get that to flow. More awesome syncs. No, please don't numb the tickets. They give me really good stuffs that I want to hold on to. Power that. Organization. I think then they're a form of the horde, I suppose you could say. They have an effect, kind of, for it. Is that good enough? That's probably good enough. Yeah, it's fine. So that means one side goes here, one side goes there. No, my true horde is books. Books and like magical artifacts and that sort of thing. Books and magical artifacts. That's the true horde. Because you can't go wrong with books as a horde ever. And like ancient artifacts are fascinating. I don't sleep on my horde. If your hoard's something that's not fun to sleep on, you don't sleep on it. Gold? Gold's not bad. I sleep on comfy stuff. Yeah, that works. And once I know what I'm going to be doing with this rubber and this plastic, I'll send it to those locations. But for now, I just kind of need that present. And I need something to do with the polymer resin. So it's not all going to the poor sink. Ah, perfect. This is what I wanted to see. The occasional polymer resin going to the sink, but for the most part, no. I think rubber and plastic are worth more in all honesty. Probably. Okay, and everything's still good. Everything's still green. These are flickering between yellow and green, but that makes sense. As long as they're still producing, that's what matters. Exactly, exactly. What matters is that they're producing. And if you look down at the very end of this, there's like only a couple red spots left, and they're gonna start going away soon. And I'm gonna have way more power to play with, and it's gonna feel oh so good. And this actually seems about usual. There's like a few that give you a little bit of trouble. Also, hi, George. And you can see the reason why is explicitly because there's not a lot of fuel coming back here yet. But once the fuel flows through, we're good. I'm pretty sure that's one of Code's ones, yeah? Yeah. Yeah, it's one of Code's emotes. Oh, I love Code. She's a sweetheart. She's an absolute sweetheart. Code was one of the people who actually seriously helped me hit affiliate. When I was working towards it, she was one of a few whose communities really stepped up and helped me hit the 50 number faster than I expected I was going to. So you could say I kind of owe a lot to Code. Code, Seahorse, Key, the wonderful Keelier, and Silverwings. Those four immediately come to mind. All excellent people. Some of them will agree. Others will be like, nah, no, I'm not excellent. I'm not wonderful. But we know better. We certainly know better. Yeah. Oh, that's much better. And that's flowing now? Yeah, that's flowing. I love it. It's flowing finally. Oh, that's so good. That feels so good. Or as Buttons said earlier in chat, it's alive. It's working. That makes me feel better. Okay. So now I know it's working. Last step of the night, last thing we're going to do before we go find a raid target. I have a singular hard drive that needs to be cracked and worked on. I'm going to do a manual save. We're going to do one attempt to see if we get something good. If we don't, I will reload the save another time. I'm not going to worry about saving over it. And then I'll just kind of refresh those saves until I hit the good stuff. Until I hit something I want. Because hard drives are becoming rarer and rarer to find, and that's a bit of a problem. I'm sure there's more I haven't actually collected yet. There's some extras after all, but I don't know where they are, and it's going to take exploring. So while this does its thing, and the nice thing is I can completely take apart the MAM and rebuild it once it says it's done, I'll take all of you on a quick little tour of the rest of the facility, the rest of the places that are kind of drawing from for this. I think that's probably the best thing to do. A nice relaxing tour. And yeah, that helps. Has me decided that anything I build is going to go out this way. Well, yes, of course. That's half the fun. Let's put on the jetpack. But don't worry, you're safe enough. especially some of the stuff I changed up recently. So this was always true about the quartz coming in from right over here and the coal. But the compacted coal that you saw being used for making the turbo fuel, well, I had to do a little bit of special work for that to get that up and flowing properly. And that took the form. We got to do a little bit of running around here. I love this little turnaround. This is really cool. I think that is super nifty as things go. It took the form of breaking off some of the coal line, upping its production a little bit, breaking off that excess, and bringing it over here, where I also happened to bring over. I tapped the new line of sulfur over this way, and I'm making the compacted coal literally in this little area right here. Little floating set of assemblers. Cute, aren't they? I love this. That came out so nice. And you can see where the sulfur's coming from. Good night, Shadow. Get good rest. If I could get a tuck in for Ice and Shadow real quick. Aw. And the sulfur that is going to the main base, the main chunk of this base, is going up that way. No, that's not gonna. I'm not gonna be able to do that. That's fine. Switch. Yum, we fly. And that sulfur comes right up here, along with the I'm blanking on its name off the top of my head. Gold, basically. Gold ore. Caterium. The caterium, which is right up here. I could probably enclose this in glass, but I think it looks cool enough as it is. I might decide to enclose that in glass. It's tempting. It'll kind of go well with the way everything else is looking. You know what? Let's do that real quick. Let's enclose this in glass. I think we can do that in the time we have before the thing is ready. And best of all, we can do the little floating because the miner produces enough power that I don't have to worry about anything. It's going to be kind of fun to enclose a miner completely. I've never done that before. Partial, yeah, but never complete. Not in something like this, anyway. That's just fun. 3x4? That's not a bad shape for trying to get a roof on. Well, I think I need to go one more before I can start coming in. Maybe. Let's see about the roof, if I'm okay. This might be fine. Da 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 da. That's gonna be tight, but it might work. Let's see. No, I need to go one higher. That's fine. I had my suspicion about that. It's fine. It's like trying to enclose a refinery. Those things are massive. You know you're going to need quite a quite a few walls before you can actually get them covered properly. And that's fine. Once you kind of start learning all this, putting stuff together becomes a whole heck of a lot easier. Yeah, perfect. This'll work. If you want to, that's how your brain's gonna work. But I mean, doesn't that just look cool? I like that look. I'll have to eventually like put in doors on some of these so you can just kind of come in and out to like service things. But I'm not sure where I want to put doors, and especially for like some of the areas and like stairs, and there's a bunch of possible things that I need to kind of take into consideration for stuff like that. And we'll follow this line back. This is a good line to follow. Da, da, da. And that's a very minor thing that I can rebuild if I don't like the hard drive set, and it'll be fine. It won't actually hurt anything in the process. uh, so you see, we're right back. We're a little further up actually. That's where the quartz was. We've got copper and iron here, doing kind of the same sorts of stuff, flowing along these wonderful little tubes. And I'm going to err on the side of caution and go flight mode as opposed to hover mode. And there's another form of something that looks like it's coal, but it's not quite coal over this way. This is where the intended rubber for the known recipe that's going to need it and the petroleum coke is being made. With a hell of a lot more refineries and more oil. This is the oil I originally wanted to tap into. And I did, and it works. But I saw the other oil nodes and I was like, oh, those are some really good nodes. It's like, yeah, let me tap into those. The nodes themselves are, one of them is there. There's another one hiding. I think the other two are over here somewhere. And as you can see, there was a little bit here that I was able to draw into. Although these are, of course, they're not receiving fuel. That's fine. This is not terribly important because that's not receiving heavy oil residue. That's fine. Yeah, I'm winning headless. I finally got something solved that was causing me no end of trouble. This is not behaving itself, but I'll fix that another time. That said, let's go see what the ma'am has for us. This should be a good spot. If I like what I see on one of the recipes, we'll just go with it. If I don't, we'll be like, nope, be gone, foul beastie. This is probably a be gone, foul beastie moment. What's the standard recipe for these things? Oh, right. The standard recipe is stators and AI limiters. Honestly, AI limiters are way less painful to make than the fucking high speeds. I don't like any of those. So I'm going to rebuild the box around the thing around the other thing because I don't like that. We're going to exit here. and I'll try the hard drive again at some point. But for now, we're going to worry about other things, namely finding a raid target, because it's time. It's a little past, actually. But I need to be up early enough tomorrow that I probably should not be foolish about sticking up later than I normally would. So let's be smart on the matter. Let's see who's live then. Who we can go share a little bit of the love you showed me today, and who we can maybe brighten up their day a little bit. We have, well, we know Mornelm. We can go to Mornelm. But we also recently raided Mornelm, so I want to see if there's someone else we can show some love off to. Oh, this might be it. Oh, this will be fun. I know who we're going to. I know precisely who we're going to. Okay. So, folks, if you do not have a subscription, please use that first message. If you do have a subscription, please use the second one instead. I will maybe be live again on Saturday. We'll see what time Buttons and I get home from a thing we need to do, or a place we're going. But no guarantee. And if does happen Saturday, it'll be a later start than usual. But again, no promises. Definitely Sunday though. Most definitely Sunday. I will be live Sunday for sure, 8 p.m. Eastern. I'll miss all of you too as well, yeah. But it's going to mean getting really good steak, and I'm not about to pass up really good steak. So, yeah. this is a once a year special thing. I ain't missing it for the world. That aside, Buttons might be live on Friday. Sometime evening-ish Eastern. That's the next time they usually would be, but we'll see. Uh, and hey, we're gonna catch a seahorse actually out in chats, which will be kind of nice. This will be fun. Let's stop the music there. So thank you everyone for coming around. Whether it was for a few minutes or the entirety of the stream, it means the world to me. We are going to be going and rating Miss Kitty Core. That's not right. Miss Kitty Core is building is building a computer. So you get to actually see hands. And this has sort of a special spot for me because I built the computer I'm currently streaming off of on stream as well. So this is just fun, and I think this will be nice and relaxing and kind of cool to watch for folks who've never done it before and maybe have no idea what's going on or how to do it. So yeah. So thank you all for coming around. I hope you have a good rest of your day or night or whatever your time zone may be. But until then, ciao everyone. Rawr.